Mayor and council members, you are now live on YouTube and Zoom. The time is 6:58 and TV 30 will count you in at 7 o'clock.
Maria, I don't see Bob on.
Saw him on just a moment ago.
I don't see you on.
Oh, weird.
No, I see you, your picture, but not your live. So we're all here, and this is a mic check for me. I don't know if you did a mic check earlier for me.
Where?
Hi, everyone. This is TV 30. Looks like it's 7 p.m. So we're going to get started. We will be live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay. Welcome everyone to tonight's Monday, March 20. I'm sorry, got the wrong one. May 23rd, a virtual regular meeting of the Livermore City Council at 7 o'clock. And I'd like to call the meeting to order.
Councilmember Carly.
I'm here.
Councilmember Kay.
Here.
Councilmember Monroe.
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Bonanno.
Here.
Mayor Warner.
Here. And now could you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, so I need to reorder the agenda, and we'll consider item 6.4 first. And that's the declaration of a local emergency and reauthorizing remote teleconferencing meetings for City of Livermore's legislative bodies in accordance with Assembly Bill 361. Also like to mention that City Manager Mark Roberts is unavailable this evening, and incoming City Manager Mariana Marisheva will be joining us in his absence. Could we have the staff presentation, please?
Honorable Mayor Warner and the members of the City Council, this is Mariana Marisheva, incoming City Manager, and I will be presenting this item. Next slide, please. Let me start by stating that a few days ago, the World Health Organization has reminded us that the COVID-19 pandemic is not over. Cases continue to rise worldwide, nationwide, at the state level, and certainly locally as well. Now, why are we talking about this? Next slide. If we look at the city's own employees, in the beginning of this month, for comparison, we had 1 COVID case among city employees. Fast forward to today, we had 16 employees who tested positive earlier today, and that number continues to grow as we speak into the night. Of those 16 employees, 4 are members of the executive team, and that represents almost half of our executive team. Clearly, these numbers indicate that we have an emergency, and to protect the health and safety of our employees, members of the council, and the public, the Director of Emergency Services declared a local emergency, which allows us to meet virtually. So today, the action before the City Council is to ratify that declaration of emergency that was put out by the Director of Emergency Services a few days ago. Thank you, Mayor. That concludes our presentation.
Okay, thank you. I'll now open the public comment. Is there anyone who wishes to address us on this item?
Yes, Mayor, there is one request to speak. Greg Scott, please unmute yourself.
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we
Yes,
can
we
hear
can.
you.
Okay, I didn't wish to speak on this item. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else wish to address us on this item?
No, Mayor, there are no other requests to speak.
Okay, I'll close public comment on 6.4 and bring it back to the council for deliberation. Do I have a motion and a second for approval? Let's see, Vice Mayor Bonanno.
Yeah, I would move that we approve this item, declaration of local emergency.
Thank you. Councilmember Kick.
I'll second, and I do have a question. If we can open for discussion for a second, I'm just wondering if we have done proper reporting. I don't know what the actual number is that is considered an outbreak, but I just want to make sure that we're reporting properly to the county, and if we have discussed that as a staff yet.
Mayor Warner, if I may, this is Mariana Marasheva again. Councilmember Kick, we are looking at OSHA's definition of outbreak. There's an outbreak that starts with 3 employees who are concentrated on a particular site, as well as a major outbreak that includes 20 employees. We're likely to be in the regular outbreak category. We're taking all the necessary steps as required by the state and federal government, and we'll be reporting to all the necessary parties, including the federal government. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. I just wanted to make sure that not only we're keeping each other safe, but we're making sure we're contributing properly to the data collection.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on the item? If not, can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Carling,
Aye.
Councilmember Kick,
Aye.
Councilmember Monroe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Bonanno,
Aye.
Mayor Warner.
Aye, passes unanimously. We're now on to item 2.1, a confirmation of advisory body appointments to the Beautification Committee, Historic Preservation Commission, Library Board of Trustees, the Livermore Housing Authority, and the Livermore Area Youth Advisory Commission. Could the city clerk please tell us who's been nominated?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The nominees for this confirmation for the Beautification Committee is Karen Jefferson. For Historic Preservation Commission is Donald Smith and Rick Hannon. For Library Board of Trustees is Lainey Pascal and Mariana Gazzardo. For Livermore Housing Authority is Marvin Evans. And for Livermore Area Youth Advisory Commission is Heather Mackey, Randolph Pico, Samira Grover, and Gupreem Singh.
Okay, thank you. I would want to thank the advisory body interview subcommittee for all the hard work. I understand it was really a marathon session. And so Councilmember Kick.
I just wanted to take the opportunity to say that Councilmember Vice Mayor Bonanno and I had a very difficult time making choices here. We were asking questions like, can we open up more spots? Because it was a really amazing group of people. So if you didn't make it, please apply again. And also a big reminder to folks that all of those advisory body meetings are public. So you can contribute and participate in those meetings, even if you are not an advisory body member. And I hope that we start to see higher attendance to hear everybody's voice. So it was I was very happy to see the folks that we had participate.
Yeah, thank you. Vice Mayor Bonanno.
So Councilmember Kick just said, expressed my feelings perfectly. It was an awesome evening. It was long, but it was very enjoyable to meet so many new folks in the community and so many people that are passionate about so many different things. We had some very hard choices to make. I think we're very lucky to have a community that wants to participate. And I just can't thank people enough for doing it, and enjoyed working with Councilmember Kick on this very much. And, look forward to the next round. Thanks.
Do I have a motion to approve?
So move.
I'll second.
Okay. Okay, moved and seconded. I'll just say thanks again to everyone who applied and to both of you for doing the interviews, and looking forward to working with everybody who's now been appointed. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Carly,
Aye.
Councilmember Kay,
Aye.
Councilmember Monroe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Bonanno,
Aye.
Mayor Warner.
Aye, passes unanimously. We're now on to item 3.0, which is Citizens Forum. And in a moment, the city clerk will explain the process for participating. But I did want to say that we have a really jam-packed agenda tonight. And the Citizens Forum are for those items that are not on the agenda. So please make sure that your item, that what you comment on is not on the agenda. And also, I'd like to mention that with respect to the firefighters, we have a closed session at the end of the meeting to understand what's going on in the fact finding. And so that's ongoing right now, and we're not abreast of the situation. So I think the best time to comment there is before we have our closed session. So with that, could the city clerk please explain the process?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The City Council's agenda provides opportunities for the public to participate in the meeting by addressing the City Council in the following ways. First, for non-agendized items, the public has the opportunity during Citizens Forum to address the City Council on any item of interest that is within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction. Second, for agendized items, the public can address the City Council on each item of business it considers when the mayor opens public comment and to be focused on that particular item. Please note, a speaker is not required to answer any questions from the City Council, and the City Council is not required to answer questions from the public. However, the mayor has the discretion to ask staff to address a speaker's comments when a council member believes it is relevant to a particular business item. When participating in this portion of tonight's meeting, one comment may be given per person per item. Please note, if a written comment was provided prior to the meeting, those comments were provided to the public and the City Council as part of the supplemental packet. Members of the public can participate by using the raise hand feature or *9 if calling in when the item begins. Once public comment opens, each participant's name will be announced and their 3 minutes will begin upon being unmuted. If you would like to submit a comment for this item, please raise your hand now. The mayor will announce the conclusion of the public comment period after comments have been voiced into the record. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Also point out that we typically allow 30 minutes at the beginning of the meeting for public comment, and should it go beyond that, we'll pick it up at towards the end of the meeting. So right now it's 7:10, so I'd say around 7:40, city clerk will let us know how we're doing. So with can we now, I'll open the public citizens forum, and then can we get started, please?
Yes, Mayor. The first request to speak is from Sue Marchand, followed by Tracy Farhad. Sue Marchand, please unmute yourself.
Actually, that's supposed to be John Marchand. Sorry about that. I thought I corrected that. Honorable Mayor and members of the council, this is John Marchand. The weekend before last, I attended the very successful Street Fest in our award-winning downtown. It was organized by Livermore Downtown, Inc., and judging by the look of it, half of Livermore was there. I was listening to the band music and walking around Stockman's Park when it occurred to me that something was missing. The green space was there, the history and the acknowledgments of the ranching families that had been in Livermore for generations. There was the sculpture of the stockman leaving the ranch and going off to war. But there was no recognition of the founders of the Stockmen's Association. I suggest adding a plaque to the southern pillar of the Stockman's Park arch that recognizes John McGlinchey, Captain Joseph Concannon, James Gallagher, and the other members of the board of the Stockmen's Protective Association, who in 1918 held the first of what would become known as the world's fastest rodeo. That plaque should also recognize Daniel Murphy, the first president, as well as the other founding board members of the Livermore Stockmen's Rodeo Association. It is a very important part of our history and our heritage. I know that there is a long agenda tonight, but I would ask that at a future matters initiated, you would look into correcting that oversight. Thank you.
Next request to speak is from Tracy Farhad. Please unmute yourself.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. I'm Tracy Farhad, President and CEO of Visit Tri-Valley. It's your destination marketing organization. I am here first and foremost to honor your support of Visit Tri-Valley's marketing district renewal, which was approved on May 3rd for the next 10 years. So thank you from the 40 hotels and countless other hospitality industry businesses that we represent, from restaurants to museums, festivals and wineries, the limo driver and the shopkeeper. We're all working together to influence visitors to travel here for work and play, and adding millions to our economy every year. So, and another personal thank you from me and from our team of hardworking marketers. We take great pride in promoting this slice of heaven. So we endeavor to continue to make you proud. And secondly, and in perfect harmony this month, it happens to be National Travel and Tourism Month. We have just recently received the 2021 State of California statistics on tourism-related spending, tax revenues, and jobs. Don't worry, I won't share all 128 pages of that with you tonight, but it is available if you need it. In short, there's actually room for optimism this year over year. And California's tourism industry has a long way to go, though, to reach full recovery. We're rebounding, but slowly and surely. So statewide, visitor spending in 21 increased by 46%, with $100 billion into the economy. 21 spending numbers remain, though, still just 69% of our record-setting levels of 2019. So, but Q1 already showed 56,000 new jobs and a 33% increase in tax revenue statewide. So gateway destinations, though, have been particularly slow to recover, just like the Bay Area, and domestic meeting business really lagging behind. People don't realize that most business travelers might only make up 20% of the volume, but their spending equals 40 to 60% of revenues. Now, this summer, inflation and gas prices are probably going to cause half of our leisure travelers to rethink their plans. So we need both sectors to come back. So we will continue to urge Californians, please keep supporting local businesses by keeping your 2022 spending here in California. We'll continue to work closely with the city of Livermore and with Brandon Cardwell, who's currently on our board, and along with the cities of Pleasanton, Dublin, and the town of Danville. And a special thank you, Mayor and City Council members, city staff, for your continued support of Visit Tri-Valley and the entire Tri-Valley hospitality industry. It means a great deal. Thank you so much and have a good night.
Next request to speak is from Carl Wente. Please unmute yourself.
City Council, staff, Mr. Mayor, just want to take this opportunity to say thank you for those that serve, on the committees, on the commissions, of the people, by the people, for the people. Looks like this. Thank you to the elected officials, city council members who are leaning in and running and serving and doing a good job of listening to the diversity of our wonderful community. Welcome, new city manager Mariana. So happy to have you here. Heard a lot of good things. I know you inherit a great team of folks that care deeply about this community. So all the city staff, city of Livermore, thank you all for what you do for making this world, our city, a better place. Again, as I'll always say, those that put on a bulletproof vest to go to work, I salute you. We salute you. Those that wear a badge that keep us safe, that are fighting fires, that are on the roads, all those things. Thank you. This is what makes a society go round. Lots of fun stuff happening in Livermore moving forward. Thank you, Tracy, for your great words. Thank you, Brandon Cardwell, for continuing to what you do, leaning in on this city, making it a better place. Very happy to be part of this community, and may we continue to speak the truth and be kind to one another. Namaste.
There are no more requests to speak.
Okay, thank you. I'll close the citizens forum. And we're now on to 4.0, the consent calendar. And they're considered routine in nature and are acted upon by the city council with a single action. Members of the audience wishing to provide public input must use the raised hand feature, and during the public comment period to comment on any of the consent calendar items. At this point, I'd like to ask, is there any member of the council that would like to pull any of the items for a discussion? Okay, I don't see any. So I would like to open public comment on the consent calendar. Is there anyone who wishes to address us on the consent calendar?
Mayor, no requests have been received.
Okay, I'll close public comment on the consent calendar and switch over to my other panel here. Councilmember Monroe.
I just wanted to call out just say this is another wonderful consent calendar in which we are approving some things that'll make lives better for everyone. And if it's appropriate, I was going to make the motion. That would depend on my colleague here, whether he's got other comments to say.
Well, it's perfectly fine to make.
I move the consent calendar.
Okay, because we'll come back for comments after the motion is seconded. Councilmember Carling.
I'll second the motion. Can I make a comment now?
Sure.
Okay, well, I just wanted to point out 4.4 and the funding that'll be used to purchase this property on Walnut at the corner of Junction. It's going to be a wonderful addition to the city's contribution to working on those and most in need, some of our lower income folks, unsheltered, that need help with drug addiction and so on. This is something that the east side of the county has been lacking for quite a while. And I congratulate Eric and his team and the others that worked so hard to put together the proposal to purchase the property once it came up for sale. Again, I think it's a credit to the staff for looking for these opportunities and moving smartly forward. So I can't be happier than to support this kind of an activity in our community. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Monroe.
I would like to second that comment by my fellow council member.
Anything further from anyone else? I'd like to point out that 4.4 is really significant. And note that it's a loan for the purchase, so we expect to be repaid. But if it doesn't go through and get covered with other funding sources, then it'll go over to the purchase. But it's a good way to leverage our resources and get things going and allow us to get money from other places to get going here on these. So we've got the motion and seconded. I had the discussion. Can we have a roll call, please, on the consent calendar?
Councilmember Carling.
Aye.
Councilmember Kick. Councilmember Kick.
Sorry, not unmuting. Aye.
Councilmember Monroe.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Bonanno.
Aye.
Mayor Warner.
Aye, passes unanimously. We're now on to 5.1, which is a hearing to authorize a disposition and development agreement with the Shakespeare Associates, including the sale of city property for development of Black Box Theater, and authorizing the city manager to execute the DDA and all related documents necessary to implement the DDA. Could we have the staff presentation, please?
Honorable Mayor Warner and members of the City Council, this is once again Mariana Marasheva, your incoming city manager. Item 5.1 will be presented by our Assistant City Manager, Christine Martin. Ms. Martin.
Thank you, incoming City Manager Marasheva. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. I am Christine Martin, your Assistant City Manager, and I am pleased this evening to present the DDA for the Black Box Theater. As you'll recall, in January of 2018, Council approved the downtown plan. That plan included 2 cultural facilities, a Black Box Theater and a Science and Society Center. Those facilities were to be located within Stockman's Park to engage with and help activate the park, providing a place for residents and visitors to experience indoor and outdoor performances and explore ways in which science influences our daily lives. In June of 2018, after reviewing responses to the city's request for qualifications, Council directed staff to enter into an exclusive negotiating rights agreement with Shakespeare's Associates to establish procedures and standards for a disposition and development agreement. Based on council direction, Shakespeare's Associates and the city have completed DDA negotiations. The DDA before you tonight for approval establishes the terms for the purchase and development of the city-owned site to Shakespeare's Associates and the responsibilities of each partner. A few of the key terms of the DDA include a requirement that that Shakespeare's Associates contribute $10,000 annually to a community facilities maintenance district, which will help to fund the ongoing maintenance of Stockman's Park. Completion of the L Street parking garage prior to their beginning construction or identification of other adequate alternative parking. Key milestones are included in the schedule of performance, which is Exhibit I to the DDA, including provision of a business and operations plan that identifies the sources and uses of funds for the development of the theater, its ongoing operations, and an endowment. The term of the DDA is 50 years with the option to extend by mutual agreement. Recognizing that the intent of the theater is to activate Stockman's Park and the downtown area through a range of activities, the DDA encourages the theater to be as actively programmed as possible, but requires that the theater provide at least 100 indoor and/or outdoor performances or related activities in its first year of operations and increases that number to a minimum of 150 in subsequent years. And lastly, the DDA specifies a purchase price of $10,000, which reflects the limitation of the use of the property as a black box theater, the requirement that it be open to and provide active programming to the public on an ongoing basis, and the cost of Shakespeare's Associates' participation in the Community Facilities Maintenance District. The approval of this DDA will allow the black box theater identified in the downtown plan to move forward and be developed in a manner that is consistent and compatible with the approved downtown plan, the Livermore Stockman's Rodeo Association easement, and the existing Blacksmith Square. This cultural facility is a critical element in the activation and successful operation of Stockman's Park. Therefore, staff recommends the City Council adopt the resolutions included in your packet this evening, one declaring the parcel exempt from the Surplus Land Act, and two, finding that it is consistent with the Downtown Specific Plan subsequent EIR, and authorizing the city manager to execute the DDA and all documents necessary to implement the DDA. And this concludes staff's presentation. Staff is available for questions, and I believe the applicant is also available to say a few words if you wish. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before we go to staff and applicant questions, I'll open the public hearing. Do we have anyone who wishes to address us on 5.1?
Yes, Mayor, there are 5 requests to speak. Lori Souza is the first request, followed by Steve Lanza and Alan Burnham. Lori Souza, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mayor Warner and City Council members. I'm so pleased that the disposition and development agreement with Shakespeare Associates is being recommended by staff for your authorization. I serve on the Capital Campaign Committee for the Black Box Theater, and I think it's going to be an important cultural asset for our region. SPARK, formerly known as Livermore Shakespeare Festival, is a reputable, well-run organization with a proven track record for the past 20 years. There is pent-up demand for this type of flexible performance space, and it will serve our community well into the future. Thank you.
Next request to speak is Steve Lanza, followed by Alan Burnham and Tracy Kronzak. Steve Lanza, please unmute yourself.
Mayor Warner and the City Council members, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. As a member of the Board of Directors for SPARK, formerly known as Shakespeare Associates, and as you know, a member of the Innovation Tri-Valley Board of Directors, I find it's important for us to continue to expand our capability in the downtown site and area. I believe that the flexibility of the space that's being discussed tonight as part of the SPARK Theater will do just that, not only allowing us to have performance capability, but then also to provide a hub of many different types of training and learning that goes with the performance training. So I highly recommend support of the Spark DDA. Thank you.
The next request to speak is from Alan Burnham, followed by Tracy Kronzak and David B. Kent. Alan Burnham, please unmute yourself.
Honorable Mayor and council members, I'm the founder of the originally called Livermore Science and Society Center, now Quest Science Center. And I vividly remember a meeting downtown with Lisa Tromovich talking about the interaction of science and theater. And Lisa says, if you come up with a scientific topic, I can find a play about it. And out of that concept was part of what created the overall concept of Stockman's Park. I think this is a very exciting development of moving towards this disposition agreement, and I heartily support it, both morally and financially in the future, and I hope that you approve it. Thank you.
The next request to speak is from Tracy Kronzak, followed by David B. Kent and Don Argola. Tracy Kronzak, please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. I can only chime in to say that the pent-up demand that was mentioned earlier regarding these kinds of facilities is very real. I lived in San Francisco 20 years ago, and there were a number of black box theaters available to us, both in the Mission and the Tenderloin. And over time, all of those facilities have completely disappeared. I can only say in the strongest way that I completely support this as an addition to our downtown Livermore area. I think it's a brilliant stroke of planning on the part of the city. I would love to see this go through and be one of those spaces where artists and performers that I've known for the better part of 20 years in the Bay Area can find new place to express themselves and also new ways of building community. I am completely elated for this, and I know it's going to be a great addition to Livermore. Thank you.
Next is David B. Kent, followed by Don Argola and Mel Chang. David B. Kent, please unmute yourself.
Good evening. Good evening. I too am a member of the Capital Campaign Committee for the Artist Co-op, formerly known as Shakespeare Associates, and I fully support the DDA. I truly believe that the Spark Theater Lab will be a wonderful addition to our community, and it will activate Stockman's Park. The building promises to be both iconic and honor Livermore's heritage of ranching and wine growing and trains and everything that makes our downtown special. And so I encourage the council to give the DDA their full support. Thank you.
Next speaker is Don Argola, followed by Mel Chang and Tracy Farhad. Don Argola, please unmute yourself. Next speaker is Mel Chang, followed by Tracy Farhad. Mel Chang, please unmute yourself.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. A few months ago, I was part of a focus group, I believe sponsored by the Arts Council of Livermore. It was a focus group for the AAPI community that reached out, and one of the recurring themes that I heard from the different arts individuals in the community, the AAPI community, is the lack of facilities, especially when looking for facilities that are not in the scale of the bankhead. One, because these locally funded organizations cannot afford the bankhead rents. So these kinds of facilities is really an important component of the community. So I really appreciate the organizations that are supporting and the different individuals that are supporting these kinds of endeavors. And so I would like to see that this is extended to the smaller, especially the multicultural organizations of the community, the Philam organization, the Folklorico, the Indian cultural events, and so on. So thank you so much for this effort.
Next speaker is Tracy Farhad, followed by Don Argala. Tracy Farhad, please unmute yourself.
Yes, good evening once again, Mayor and City Council members. I totally support the DDA for Sparks Black Box Theater. This is going to continue to put Livermore on the cultural map of excellence, right along with the Bankhead next door. It will be a major draw for visitors, and I really hope you will approve that this evening. I look forward to promoting it to everyone. Thank you.
Next request to speak is from Don Argala, followed by Carl Wente. Don Argala, please unmute yourself.
Thank you. Little bit of technical issues on this end. Apologies. Dawn Argula, CEO of the Livermore Valley Chamber of Commerce. Good evening, Mayor Warner and council members and staff. Tonight I am expressing or reaffirming the Chamber's support for this item, and we definitely support the staff recommendation. This is a lovely addition and asset to the downtown and to the Catalyst space. But most importantly, it is also an element that was approved in the downtown plan in the last few years, 18, 19, 20. So the Chamber does support the execution of all of the elements that were approved by your council over the past years, which we've been tracking for many years. So we're happy to see this thing move forward, and we would like to see some action just as soon as possible. Thank you.
Next speaker is Carl Wente, followed by Asa Stroud and JTN. Carl Wente, please unmute yourself.
Hello, City Council and staff. Carl Wente, live just outside the town on Tesla Road. Family's very much been of this community, and the arts and the diversity and the awesomeness of our culture is something that we've celebrated all the way through. Those that are born witness to this process that got us here. It was about collaboration and bringing groups together and thinking about the betterment of Livermore as a whole. And so with the strongest possible way, I support this. In the strongest possible language, I support this moving forward. There's clearly a need for it. Our community clearly appreciates the arts. Livermore Shakes, Spark, Lisa Tromovich and her team have clearly proven that they know how to execute and move things forward. Let's spark the change. Let's spark our downtown. Let's be the spark that we want to see in this awesome place in which we live. Thank you, staff, for putting together a great report on it. Strongly recommend the City Council's follows on that staff report. Cheerio.
Next speaker is Asa Stroud, followed by JTN. Asa Stroud, please unmute yourself.
Good evening. I just wanted to say thanks to city staff, council, mayor for having this item up for tonight. I'm speaking in favor of moving forward with the Black Box Theater. To echo some of the points of some other members, but it's a slight twist. The community came to a compromise to what would be going into our space downtown. It was either going to be 400 some odd houses, or some people wanted a park, and here we are in the middle. There's a park, there's housing, there's expansion of Blacksmith Square, and now we're talking about the Black Box Theater here. And so just to highlight the true excuse me, the true compromise that the city of Livermore has done through its people, through its voting, through various meetings. This is where we're at in terms of what we have, and we have a great downtown plan, and this is just a piece that needs to move forward. And it also gives another space for our artists to what another speaker had said, that may not be able to afford the rents, but it also gives another outlet for artists to work with a management team that may have a different vision of art itself, to not just only have one outlet of art, but to have multiple outlets of art for different art, to create a diversity of art within Livermore that could really highlight the creative people in Livermore and the surrounding areas. Thank you.
Last request is from JTM. Please unmute yourself.
There I am. This is Jeremy Troop Massey. Sorry for the JTM, but just wanted to really echo all the sentiments I've heard thus far. You've really helped build a better picture for me. I think it's important that this Black Box Theater moves forward. There is clearly a need. I love what we had to say about the future of diversity that it offers, and getting more cultures involved in this community, because that is largely what we are beginning to represent more and more. I love what Stockman's represents as far as what we've come from, but we are a different town now, and we should continue to honor who we are becoming very organically, for better, and also recognizing that we're due for a renaissance here in Livermore, particularly as a hospitality region. And I think the Black Box Theater helps address different sectors of hospitality. Hospitality is more than food and beverage and pouring people wine over a bar. Inviting artists from across the Bay Area into a space, into our home, is enormous for cultivating that renaissance. So it's something that we need. I'd love to see. And I only see it as a value add. So let's get it done.
Mayor, there are no more requests to speak.
Okay, thank you. I'll close the public hearing on 5.1 and bring it back to the council for deliberation. Councilmember Kick.
Well, I'll go ahead and move approval, and then we can have comments. But I am really happy to hear all of the support for the arts in the community. I think this is going to be a fantastic addition. And I just wanted to say that Carl Wente, I think, gave Spark a good idea for a t-shirt. I think it should be like, be the spark that we need to see. Be the change, be the spark. I am very excited to support this and can't wait to see the first performance. And 100 events as an event planner seems very like a lot, and that stresses me out, but I know that we're there in very good hands, and I'll be happy to help with maybe one or two, but not all 100. So I'll move on to whatever my fellow colleagues have to say.
Vice Mayor Bonanno. Unmute.
I guess I will go ahead and second it, if I may, and just say that it's hard to say any of it better than our community members just did. The way they think about what this brings to the community is really, really wonderful, and sort of opened my field of view about it. I think that this is another step toward executing the downtown plan that, as someone mentioned, was approved in 2018. And I think this particular organization already reaches deeply into our community in terms of what they do in the school systems and other events they do in the community, not just the performances they put on, but their programs in the schools are particularly important. And I think this will just enable them to reach just that much farther. I'm really happy to support this and look forward to being there for the first one of those 100. Congratulations, everybody. Hope we get started very, very soon.
Okay, thank you. It's been moved and seconded. We'll now have the further discussion. One of the things I'd like to do is make sure we hear from the applicant before we close this out. Councilmember Monroe.
I'm happy to defer for the applicant and save my comments till later, or I can comment now as you'd like.
Or you can ask the applicant to comment and then continue.
Well, I would ask the applicant to comment, and then I will continue. What a great idea.
Hi. Honorable Mayor, council members, city staff, thank you for welcoming me and the company, Shakespeare Associates, and the community into this process. As you know, we've been working collaboratively with the Livermore Rodeo Association, the local business organizations, housing advocates, a dozen or more diverse arts organizations, along with art, science, and community-loving citizens to develop the concept for this theater lab, a flexible modular space where diverse arts and culture can explore and create. Livermore has always been a place of innovation, a place where people aren't afraid of the hard work it takes to create something new, and a place where people want to contribute to their community. So that's what the space that this DDA will allow for. It's one that honors that intrepid and collaborative spirit. I thought I'd share with you the mission statement that we wrote specifically for this project. The mission of Spark Theater Lab is to provide an attractive, inclusive, and affordable space for cultural and educational exploration, a common ground for diverse groups to share, celebrate, and collaborate, and a vital regional asset to nurture innovation and spark creativity. And just so that you feel extra confident, I'd like you to know that our Founders Circle members and several major donors have been donating continuously over the last 4 years in preparation for the approval of this DDA, and we have put together the funds necessary to complete the conceptual and schematic design phases, which are now complete. We have the money saved up to purchase the land, and even have begun a designated operating fund to support the first year of operating expenses. So we're already well on our way in our preparations. We've been working with our very dedicated city staff to anticipate future needs for the community and the downtown development specifically, making adjustments to the designs and the written agreement accordingly. And we are confident that we've created a path forward that leads to a successful development process. It's been a couple of difficult years, but we have taken the opportunity of the last couple of years to expand our arts and cultural and educational programming. We just completed piloting a new 7th grade program, Plant Thine Honor, which we hope to expand to all 7th grades next year. It's based on the social emotional curriculum Choose Love. And we shared with families 2 after-school program playlets over the last 2 weekends. It's this kind of educational programming that we also look forward to growing in a new building in the future. We're also commissioning new work, working on our 2nd science-based play. These are plays written by artists of color with input from the scientific community. And new work is something that can be explored more fully in a future theater lab. And it would be remiss if I didn't mention that tickets are on sale for 3 outdoor comedies at Darcy Kent Vineyards this summer. So I hope you are as confident as we are that the work we've done over the past 5 years or so in this process is leading us to producing an important cultural asset, which will contribute to our vibrant community. Thank you so much for all of your consideration. And thank you to all of the members of the community who have been supporting this and contributing to the genesis of the ideas and the ways that we are going to be able to work together in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see Assistant City Manager Christine Martin has raised your hand. Would you like to say something at this point?
Yes, Honorable Mayor, I did want to point out that we did issue a supplemental on this item this evening, and that supplemental is in your packet as well. It just notes an error in the location of the item. We made a slight typographical correction from calling the item as located between South L and Railroad to, well, it was from North L and Railroad to South L and Railroad. So you'll see that in your packet this evening, and we have also modified the resolution accordingly.
Okay, thank you. I think what we should do is rename Livermore, because everybody thinks north and south starts at the flagpole. But anyway, thank you for that. Also, you mentioned the supplemental packet. Wanted to point out that there were a number of comments we received from the community there, as well as what we heard live. So now back to Councilmember Monroe.
In some sense, my temptation is just to say, let's go ahead and get this done. But I would be remiss if I didn't say that this theater company is part of, and the vision of Ms. Tromovich is part of the reason that I'm on council now. from the very beginning, when this company came to town back in the early 2000s, a vision of building community, of building the arts community in a diverse and broad way has been part of its mission. The way that, the company does something very unusual for an arts commission, within the arts community, which is it both has a strong vision and is fiscally responsible. Those two things don't always go together in the arts community. So I feel very confident in going forward with this project, and always have. So that's to that issue. I also just wanted to say that I was impressed with the number of the range of comments from the community. They've been wonderful comments, but they also represent the full spectrum of who Livermore is right now, demographically, in every possible way. And that's pretty exciting as well. Full support behind this, and let's go forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Carling.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to just reiterate the point the mayor made earlier, that we did get a number of written comments that was sent to us earlier. And I know that I read all the comments and appreciate not only the speakers that took the time to speak to us this evening, but also the folks that took the time to send in the emails. Those are always very helpful and very instructive, I think, for all of us. I would like to just point out and sort of play off of what Mr. Stroud said, and that the way the community had come together back in late 2017 and early 2018 to create a vision for the downtown, and recall that back in 2015, 2016, we had a proposal to build 460 housing units on this property at the old Lucky site. And look how it's changed and over the years, and largely because of the community coming together in a very, very collaborative way, as Mr. Shaw pointed out. I know that some of the speakers tonight were part of that discussion, and part of the discussion, including our mayor, how we could accommodate the Stockman's request for a park, as well as a science center, a new theater, black box theater, as well as housing. So it really does represent all the positive aspects within our community. And to Mr. Strout's point, a true collaboration throughout the community. So I, like my colleagues, wholly support this moving forward. And I think Lisa Tromovich has done a fantastic job.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to build on what you said. It was 5 years ago that Lisa came to me and wanted to explore what the possibilities were for putting a black box theater together. And it was her vision, and there was a conversation there. And then she was put in contact with Alan Burnham, and then the Dave Finster and the Stockman's Rodeo Association, and then all the supporters that we've heard from earlier. So it really grew organically, as was pointed out. It's a great idea. And if it weren't a great idea, it wouldn't have grown like this and had so much energy behind it. So I really wanted to thank Lisa and Alan Burnham and Dave Finster for being at the heart of structuring a collaboration and bringing in others to make this work. So at this point, one last thing. It was also mentioned that the vision for Stockman's Park was to honor our heritage and help us welcome the future. And the combination of the park and the Quest Science Center and this Black Box Theater really embody that. So I wholeheartedly support it, as well as everyone else. So can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Carly.
Aye.
Councilmember Kick.
Aye.
Councilmember Monroe.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Bonanno.
Aye.
Mayor Warner.
Aye, passes unanimously. So great job, Lisa, and all the rest of you. Item 6.1 now is discussion and direction regarding the Tri-Valley Conservancy's request for the city of Livermore to sponsor a ballot initiative to protect water quality and agriculture in the South Livermore Valley. Could we have the staff presentation, please?
Yes, Honorable Mayor Warner and members of the City Council, this is once again Mariana Marasheva, your incoming City Manager. Item 6.1 will be presented by our Senior Planner, Andy Ross. Mr. Ross?
Thank you, Mariana, and good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Can everyone see my screen okay? Great, thank you. So tonight's item is a follow-up to an item that the Council reviewed last November. At that time, staff presented proposed language for a ballot initiative prepared by the Tri-Valley Conservancy that would amend the South Livermore Valley urban growth boundary policies to allow winery and visitor serving uses to connect to the city's municipal sewer system. Currently, that type of infrastructure doesn't exist in the South Livermore Valley, which would require a sewer extension project. And that project is estimated to cost approximately $11.5 million. The city has secured $6.5 million in county funds, and its staff's intention to leverage this funding to secure state and federal resources to construct the project and not use fees collected from current Livermore sewer ratepayers. Staff is seeking council's concurrence on that approach, in addition to direction on the draft language this evening. So just quick background, as we all know, in the early 1900s, South Livermore Valley was a vibrant and flourishing wine region. But by the 1980s, due to development pressure and other external factors, it had diminished to just 6 wineries. And in response to this, South Livermore stakeholders, Alameda County and the city initiated comprehensive planning programs to protect the viticultural heritage and open space and balance that preservation with limited urban development in support of the wine industry. A key milestone in that effort was 1993, when Alameda County adopted the South Livermore Valley Area Plan, which the cover of which is shown on the left, to preserve and reestablish traditional viticulture and winemaking uses in the valley. That was shortly followed in 1997, when the city adopted the South Livermore Valley Specific Plan as the urban complement to the area plan. It established land use regulations and areas suitable for both commercial and residential development, and protected viticultural resources and promoting wine production through agricultural mitigation and planting requirements. In the year 2000, 2 major milestones occurred. In November, the Alameda County voters passed Measure D. This established a county urban growth boundary that restricted subdivision in eastern part of Alameda County, but it did not supersede or change the provisions of the area plan. And in March of 2000, Livermore voters passed Measure K, which established the South Livermore Valley urban growth boundary. And this initiative was put into policy in 2004 as part of the Livermore General Plan update. So even with these protections in place, the Valley faces yet another challenge. The improvement of wine country properties consistent with these planning efforts that govern the area has stalled due to state and regional groundwater regulations. So most of the development in Alameda County relies on septic systems, and these regulations governing groundwater have restricted or limited the ability to obtain septic permits, which in turn limits the ability to obtain building permits to operate or even expand or operate winery facilities or visitor serving uses as envisioned under both the area plan and the specific plan. So over the past few years, the city has received requests from South Livermore Valley stakeholders asking to connect to the city's municipal sewer system. If they were to connect, this could be a significant step in addressing complex groundwater management issues, but also helping near and long-term viability of the wine industry. More recently, in 2020, the City Council, at the request of South Livermore Valley stakeholders, including Tri-Valley Conservancy, directed staff to make a request to Alameda County to reserve funding and explore actions that could extend sewer service to the valley. And later that year, in December of 2020, the Alameda County Board of Supervisors approved the use of $6.5 million to support this effort. More recently, in November of 2021, the City Council reviewed Tri-Valley Conservancy's proposed ballot language. At that meeting, Council directed staff to modify the language and return with an updated version prior to presenting for authorization, which is what we brought forward to this evening. In addition, Council appropriated funds to study and evaluate sewer alignments and technical aspects of a potential sewer extension and or potential impacts in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act. So the proposed language in the ballot initiative would amend certain South Livermore Valley urban growth policies that allow the city to extend sanitary sewer beyond the urban growth boundary in order to serve wine country uses that are envisioned under the city's general plan, Alameda County's area plan, and the South Livermore Valley specific plan. The proposed initiative language would not change the location of the urban growth boundary. Currently, the Livermore general plan policies allow provision of urban services, water and sewer under special circumstances if a property meets specific criteria. Some of this criteria includes consistency with the South Livermore Valley area plan, adjacency with the urban growth boundary and the Livermore municipal boundaries, as well as a recordation of a conservation easement or a similar instrument, which would limit future division of land and urban development. So essentially, the proposed initiative modifies the existing criteria to allow the city to provide sewer service specifically to parcels in South Livermore Valley, including those properties not immediately adjacent to the boundaries. Fundamentally, the provision of sewer service would be limited to those uses that facilitate the goals of the general plan, the area plan, and specific plan, that is to create a premier wine region destination. So when we're talking about the South Livermore Valley area and the sewer alignments, this is a map depicting what staff has been studying. Just to orient us really quickly, this line here, this black line, represents the city's municipal boundaries, whereas the blue dotted, or I'm sorry, the red dashed line represents the South Livermore urban growth boundary. This is South Livermore Avenue, and here's where it turns to Tesla Road going east to Greenville Road here. And then this is East Avenue up here. So the proposed alignment would align south along Buena Vista Avenue, where it would connect to Tesla Road, move east to Greenville Road, and then turn south along Greenville Road, approximately to the Poppy Ridge Golf Course as a landmark. The pink line represents a possible future expansion continuing along Tesla Road, but still within the boundaries of the South Livermore Valley area plan. And the blue line represents a possible future expansion from Tesla Road to a connection point in South Livermore Avenue, which would be an auxiliary or redundant part of the system just to add greater capacity hydraulically. If also shown on the map are these little purple areas. These represents the bottleneck projects that would have to be upgraded and enhanced as part of the overall project, and that's something that staff is also studying. So if authorized by council and subsequently approved by Livermore voters, approximately $6.5 million in Alameda County funding would be available to leverage state and federal infrastructure funds and groundwater management grant opportunities. And staff recommends that fees currently collected for sewer service would not be used to fund future expansion or construction activities of the expansion project. And so staff recommends that City Council discuss and then direct staff to prepare final language of the ballot initiative to protect water quality and agriculture in South Livermore Valley. And after receiving council's direction, staff anticipates returning to council in July with this final initiative language, as well as environmental review documents, both for your authorization and certification. And further, again, staff is recommending council direct us to prepare, when we return, prepare a resolution that has a provision about the use or not of service fees for the construction of this project. So that concludes staff's presentation. We're available for any question and welcome your direction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At this point, I'll open the public comment on 6.1. Do we have anybody who wishes to address us?
Yes, Mayor, there are 11 requests to speak. The first is from Jean King, followed by Lori Souza and Kevin Baskin. Jean King, please unmute yourself.
Good evening. This is Jean King on behalf of Friends of Livermore, which has promoted and worked for open space in Livermore and Alameda County for more than 20 years. We thank the Tri-Valley Conservancy for inviting us to numerous meetings over more than a year to work on a mutual agreement for this initiative. The open space around Livermore is very important for the agricultural lands with its vineyards and numerous crops, the parks that provide space for humans and other living things, and the scenic views that stimulate our mental health. The South Livermore Valley Area Plan, the South Livermore Valley Specific Plan, County Measure D, and the Livermore Urban Growth Boundaries protect all of these. Friends of Livermore supports these protections and is very glad to see that all of these are included in the proposed initiative. Friends of Livermore supports the initiative. It is very important that this initiative have clear, consistent language and that there be no unintended consequences that might not benefit the area. There are 2 areas in the initiative that we would suggest for be reviewed and clarified. Those 2 are P63. How does this relate to an area that is not covered by the area plan nor the specific plan? In this case, the area along Buena Vista Avenue. Should the SEIR specifically study the possible effects of added residential growth in that area, which could be possible if access to sewer connections exists? This was not studied in the original area plan, EIR, since the Buena Vista Avenue was not included in the area plan. With sewer, Buena Vista Avenue could become an enclave of 12,000 square foot mansions. The second section is P64F and P65F. There is ambiguity between the area plan and Measure D concerning the commercial development building areas. Is the 10% commercial area in the initiative consistent with Measure D's 2-acre development envelope throughout the area that the sewer extension will serve? While Measure D is the overriding rule, it is possible that a future developer might assume that the 10% mentioned in the initiative supersedes Measure D's 2-acre development envelope requirements. Some additional language in the initiative clarifying this issue might avoid confusion in the future. 3 minutes is not enough time to explain the issue, and FOL has submitted a detailed comment. We ask the city to clarify the inconsistencies in the language of the initiative for those taking advantage of the sewer. Thanks to all who have worked on this initiative that will hopefully strengthen agriculture in our South Livermore Valley. Thank you.
Next speaker is Lori Souza, followed by Kevin Baskin and Splendorio. Lori Souza, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mayor Warner and City Council members. I'm Lori Souza, and I currently serve as the chair of the board for the Tri-Valley Conservancy. I've been on the board for the past 7 years. I encourage you to direct staff to prepare final language for a ballot initiative to protect our water quality and agriculture in the South Livermore Valley. As a representative of TVC, I've been recently reporting on the research results from a study conducted by the University of California at Davis. In that report, it clearly indicates that in order to achieve the objectives of the South Livermore Valley Area Plan and save our wine country, there needs to be investment in this type of infrastructure. The Alameda County Board of Supervisors have already set aside a significant amount of funds to construct this sewer line extension. If passed, this initiative would enhance the short and long-term economic viability of agriculture and viticulture in the South Livermore Valley area. It would improve groundwater quality in this same area relative to nitrates, which is associated with residential septic systems and livestock. It would allow existing and future wineries, visitors serving uses, and residences to connect to the city's wastewater system, protecting our precious groundwater. And finally, it will not spur any unforeseen growth in the city or its sphere of influence because it would serve existing and already permitted uses to achieve the vision of the South Livermore Valley Area Plan in full conformance with Alameda County Measure D. Thank you.
Next speaker is Kevin Baskin, followed by Splendorio and John Marchand. Kevin Baskin, please unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, Mayor Warner, City Council and staff. I'm Kevin Baskin. I live and work here in Livermore. I fully support this initiative and the extension of sewer services as described. As a director at the Concan Winery, I know firsthand how sewer connection can benefit our property. Back in 2016, the state regulators put a very restrictive policy in place to stop all wastewater that was being discharged at Concannon, and it forced us to hold and haul all wastewater at a cost of $150,000 a month, something that was obviously not sustainable. We immediately started the process to install a treatment plant for the processed waste, and fortunately, due to our location, annexation into the city was possible, hence opening the opportunity to connect to the city sewer for our domestic sewer. It was a simple choice since our only options were to annex and connect or shut down one of the oldest and important wineries in the California wine industry. The same sort of positive impact could be seen with this initiative and expansion of the sewer system. It would help facilitate the development potential of existing and new wineries, visitors serving commercial uses and residences consistent with the city's general plan, South Livermore Valley specific plan, and the South Livermore Valley area plan, all subject to Measure D. Thank you.
Next speaker is Splen Svendorio, followed by John Marchand and James Folta. Splen Svendorio, please unmute yourself.
Thank you very much, Mayor Warner, council members, and staff. I'm here speaking on behalf of Innovation Tri-Valley Leadership Group and for myself and my family as grape growers in South Livermore. I chair ITV's Housing Infrastructure and Transportation Committee, and we support this ballot initiative and ask that it be passed on so that it be put on the ballot. We represent the major employers in the Tri-Valley, and the Livermore wine country is a very important component of the quality of life that we all enjoy in the Tri-Valley. And this is a piece of infrastructure that will help maintain and support and enhance that quality of life by helping the wineries and the hospitality related to the wineries and the wine country. So, and that also helps for myself and my family, because we would like to see the wineries flourish in this area. So thank you very much for your time.
Next speaker is John Marchand, followed by James Folta and Donna Caban. John Marchand, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Much of the California wine industry started in the Livermore Valley. The next few years will determine whether or not this will remain a viable wine region. When the South Livermore Valley area plan was approved, it envisioned 5,000 acres of vineyards that would need to be planted for the wine industry to be sustainable. However, we have been unable to attract the critically important mid-sized winery operations because we lack the infrastructure needed to support them. We need a wine country hotel, and I know that you have been working very hard to build one downtown. But when the South Livermore Valley area plan was originally developed, the architects believed that some of the infrastructure that was needed could be met by septic tanks. But as we've heard, permitting issues and concerns over groundwater contamination have precluded their use. The only way that the infrastructure needs can be met is to build a sanitary sewer down Tesla, a sewer line that would serve the needs of the wineries, but would not allow for urban development. When I was mayor, I worked very closely with Supervisor Haggerty to ensure that the funding was reserved for this extension. And in my last week of office, the Board of Supervisors approved it. My one suggestion to avoid any misunderstanding would be to clearly state in the ballot language that the sewer cannot be used for urban development or urban uses. For example, the language to be, quote, to allow the city to extend sewer service to permitted uses, but not for urban development or urban uses within the South Livermore Valley area plan to be adopted. This infrastructure is critically important, and I urge you to approve placing this on the ballot. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is James Folta, followed by Donna Caban and Dick Snyder. James Folta, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I'm James Folta. I've been a citizen of Livermore for over 33 years. So I strongly support the sewer initiative as described by Mr. Ross, and for the same reasons as many of the other supporting speakers this evening. In summary, the expanded sewer will enable the growth of new wineries along Tesla Road to attain a critical mass needed by the Livermore wine industry. So I want to thank everyone for sharing my support. Thank you and good evening.
Next speaker is Donna Caban, followed by Dick Snyder and Tamara Reese. Donna Caban, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Donna Caban.
I hope they unmuted me.
Can you hear me? Donna Caban, good evening, everyone. I just wanted to say that I'm a 40-year resident of Livermore, and I would like to thank all the parties that work seriously to bring forth the South Livermore ballot initiative. However, there are a few things that need to be clarified before it goes forward. The area on Buena Vista and the bottleneck project have not been extensively reviewed in any environmental review, and that needs to be done. And also in the findings, I think the language needs and purpose needs to include that this would allow sewer extension along Buena Vista and the bottleneck project, because most residents are unaware of this. And while they may agree to the South Livermore wineries, it needs to be explicit that this would also include Buena Vista and the bottleneck project, and that needs to be in the language and the findings and the purpose when this language comes back to the council. And if you clarify those issues, I think it will lead to less confusion and more support of the ballot. So I encourage you again to do extensive environmental review of the Buena Vista extension, the bottleneck project, and to include clarifying language about the areas that will be served in addition to the wineries. Thank you so much.
Next speaker is Dick Schneider, followed by Tamara Reese and Tracy Farhad. Dick Schneider, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, council members, staff. My name is Dick Schneider. I'm not a Livermore resident, but I've been involved in helping protect the open space in and around Livermore for the last 20 years. I was a co-author of Measure D. And for the last several years, I've been working with representatives of the Tri-Valley Conservancy to help try and solve some of the problems with respect to water quality in mid-sized wineries and floor area to allow more agritourism. And I'm going to echo some of the comments that Gene King, Donna Caban have made, be a little bit more specific. The sewer will serve a commercial use area, delineated commercial use area, not to exceed 10% of the property. But the types of commercial uses that could extend throughout 10% of the property are not the same as those that would be restricted under Measure D. So wineries, which are agricultural processing commercial uses, can be throughout the 10%, but visitor serving commercial uses such as restaurants, tasting rooms, overnight accommodations would have to be within a 2-acre development envelope inside that 10%. And I think it's important to have some language that clarifies that in policy 6 subsections 4F and 5F, so that there's no ambiguity, no lack of transparency for proposed development, that the visitor serving commercial uses would be restricted within the 10% area. I think the language could be very simple, but I think it's important to have it in there. And then turning to the Buena Vista Avenue area, that area certainly does need improvements to water quality, groundwater quality, and sewer would serve that. But as others have said, this is not within the South Livermore Valley area plan. It's not within the South Livermore Valley specific plan. It's designated rural residential under the East County area plan. Residences can be up to, and residential accessory uses can be up to 12,000 square feet. A lot of the houses now there are much smaller than that, but with sewer and groundwater impact removed, a lot of redevelopment is going to occur. The county could allow very large houses, and even if it's just restricted to the existing residences and not to vacant lots, there still could be an awful lot of additional development. Large houses have lots of bathrooms and lots of water demand. So I think those kinds of things need to be analyzed carefully in the supplemental EIR before the council makes a decision about what kinds of mitigations may be required. Thank you.
The next speaker is Tamara Reese, followed by Tracy Farhad and David Epstein. Tamara Reese, please unmute yourself.
Hi, yes, this is Tamara Royce. I'm here tonight on behalf of Friends of Open Space and Vineyards, and I'm a longtime resident of Livermore as well. Friends of Open Space and Vineyards, was involved in the establishment of the South Livermore Valley Area Plan, as well as, I think, having some input into the specific plan. And we're very pleased to see this opportunity presented to create, an initiative that will help with the groundwater and really give our wineries a renewed vitality and opportunity to grow in the region. I share the concerns raised by some of the prior speakers about any ambiguity in the language. Dick Schneider certainly and Gene King really laid out the concern about the 10% limit versus the Measure D 2-acre building envelope. I don't even know that that was an intentional ambiguity. I mean, I'm sure it isn't. But the concern is that if it's not resolved, it could really cause problems down the road when there are developers who want to go forward, and then people start arguing about what is the proper way to interpret the language. I also think that the TVC has been involved in discussions with the county to amend the language of the South Livermore Valley Area Plan to better serve the wineries. And the county has had those amendments submitted to them for action. And I would urge the city to direct staff to communicate again with TVC and with the county to make sure that whatever changes are implemented do not conflict with the plans to change the South Livermore Valley Area Plan, and so that everything is consistent and effective and can bring us the improvements we need through this step of creating the sewer opportunities. Thank you.
Next speaker is Tracy Farhad, followed by David Epstein and Don Argala. Tracy Farhad, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and members of the audience and staff. I'm Tracy Farhad, President and CEO of Visit Tri-Valley, and as well as a committee member of Livermore Valley Wine Growers Association's Agritourism Committee. Today, I want to be able to say that Visit Tri-Valley supports the sewer connection and supports the Ballot initiative. Our historic wine region is our cultural heritage and an essential, authentic, and economic pillar of visitation to the entire Tri-Valley. Our 2021 geolocation data study showed that the wine country and the wine region is the #1 attraction. Livermore wine country needs your continued support for a vital, sustainable destination asset and to be able to compete with California's other wine regions. In fact, Visit Tri-Valley's strategic marketing plan includes this collaboration with Livermore Valley Wine Country and the Tri-Valley Conservancy. So please do protect our innovative agricultural businesses and support Tri-Valley Conservancy's ballot measure request. Thank you.
Next speaker is David Epstein, followed by Don Argula and Jeremy Troop Massey. David Epstein, please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Andy Ross, for the thorough presentation. Honorable Mayor, City Council, City staff, thank you for this opportunity to comment. My name is David Epstein, and I'm the Executive Director of the Tri-Valley Conservancy. TVC fully supports this sewer line extension project and ballot initiative. As you know, the proposed project would amend the South Livermore Valley urban growth boundary language to allow the extension of sanitary sewer lines to serve residences and wineries located within and near the city of Livermore. As Kevin Baskin, Vice Chair of the TVC, pointed out this evening, extended sewer facilities would allow existing and future wineries, visitor serving uses, and residents to connect to the city's wastewater system and would not induce unanticipated growth in the city or its sphere of influence because it would serve existing and permitted uses in conformance with and achieving the vision of the Livermore General Plan, the South Livermore Valley Specific Plan, and or South Livermore Valley Area Plan, subject to the provisions of Alameda County Measure D. As Lori Souza, Board Chair of the TVC, said this evening, the project would improve groundwater quality in the South Livermore Valley area relative to nitrates, which is associated with residential septic systems and livestock keeping. The sewer extension enhances the short and long-term economic viability of agriculture and viticulture in the South Livermore Valley area, consistent with the goals LU 13 and LU 14 of the city's general plan. Supporting financially viable agriculture is key to protecting open space in the Livermore Valley. Without a healthy agricultural region, there will be intense pressure to use land that is currently protected as open space for unwanted development. A vibrant wine country is important to maintain the South Livermore Valley's community character and agricultural economy. The construction of the sewer line extension project would have no direct impact on Livermore taxpayers, and the city of Livermore has affirmed its existing wastewater system has plenty of capacity to process additional wastewater. Thank you.
Next speaker is Don Argula, followed by Jeremy Troop Massey and David B. Kent. Don Argula, please unmute yourself.
Good evening. I'm Dawn Argula, CEO of the Livermore Valley Chamber of Commerce. Mayor, City Council, and staff, first of all, a strong and sincere thanks to the City of Livermore, the council, and the staff. I understand that this was a huge undertaking. And thank you for taking the lead on this important issue, extending critical infrastructure to the South Livermore area to support our agricultural economy. This is the last remaining significant agricultural region in Alameda County. The Chamber thanks and stands with Tri-Valley Conservancy and our stakeholder partners and reaffirms its support of these efforts to extend city sewer service to South Livermore area. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jeremy Troop Massey, followed by David B. Kent and C. Campbell. Jeremy Troop Massey, please unmute yourself.
Unmute. There I am. Hey, Jeremy Tremasi again, business owner, resident, young resident and general manager at Nottingham Cellars, a winery here in Livermore Valley. I've worked in regions such as Sonoma, Napa, and cities with thriving business improvement districts like San Francisco. I'm a sommelier, a trained chef, and have immense experience in hospitality. I've seen thriving industries. Livermore has everything that it takes to get us there. But we need a little bit more. So with that said, I urge the city to push this to the ballot. There is an alarming narrative that exists in relation to this topic. Over the course of the next 8 years, Livermore Valley, South Livermore Valley, outside of city lines, we'll be pulling up upwards of 1,200 and probably more of our 2,400 acres planted under vine. That is just one issue. Sewer is another, and that is, obviously the topic. We need it. We need it to provide immense amenities and just a future for a thriving wine country. That goes without saying. Adjacent to that, without a wine country boutique hotel, a sewer might not save us. There is a future, not too far from now, 30 years from now, where wine country doesn't exist. So I urge the city to continue to have this conversation and to continue to connect the dots, because I sit on the general planning committee, and agritourism is a conversation that we are not sharing as intimately and just deeply as we are other topics. And it's a scary notion as we sit and make decisions for the next 20 plus years without a full awareness of what's beyond our city borders. We need sewer, but I urge us to continue to connect the dots of what it's really going to take for us to spark a renaissance in the theme of sparking anything in here, anything in Livermore. That's all I got to say. But let's get after it. We need the sewer. Thank you.
Next speaker is David B. Kent, followed by C. Campbell and Lisa Tromovich. David B. Kent, please unmute yourself.
Okay, there we go. Again, this is David Kent. My family has been wine growers in the South Livermore Valley for the past 25 years. I'm extremely heartened to hear all speakers agree, at least in concept, with the sewer extension. I am sure the final language that the city can derive will give all stakeholders comfort that there will not be unintended consequences. I don't want to repeat what others have said, but and the previous speaker referenced the fact that the UC Davis study indicates that 2/3 of our vineyards must be replanted this decade. The sewer extension is absolutely essential to the replanting of these vineyards for 3 reasons. First, to protect the groundwater by reducing the use of septic systems. So that means our wells can once again be used to irrigate the vineyards that are both beautiful and they protect our city from wildfires. There's no better time to get our groundwater in a cleaner state. Currently, the boron levels are too high to use for irrigation without a lot of dilution. The second is it will attract mid-sized wineries who are too large to operate off septic systems. And we need these mid-sized wineries. These aren't big wineries. These are like 25 to 50,000 case producers. There are hundreds of them in Napa and Sonoma, but they create demand for local grapes. And that's something that we're really missing. Micro wineries are fantastic and innovative, but they simply don't support keeping vineyards in the ground. And third, this will attract the infrastructure we need to implement the South Livermore Valley Area Plan. That plan promised destination restaurants and a resort hotel and spa. These elements are absolutely necessary for our region to be recognized as a wine country destination in the national press and to drive tourism to the small family-owned and operated wineries. So again, I encourage the city to place this initiative on the ballot, and I offer my full support. Thank you.
The next speaker is C. Campbell, followed by Lisa Tromovich and Asa Strout. C. Campbell, please unmute yourself.
Hello all. My name is Connie Campbell, and I am a longtime supporter of the original South Livermore Valley Area Plan. I believe it's a great plan, but I believe that there are tweaks that need to be made and that we need to address the moment. I don't want to repeat a lot of what was said, and I agree with a lot of what was said very eloquently before me. But I do think it's important that when we are making these decisions, that we do remember the original documents and the language in that. And I think in order for us to make consistent decisions with the plan and the necessity of changes in between, we have to look backwards to move forwards. And the original language that's important to me and my recommendation of the council supporting this is that the original language was directed at just supporting economic, agricultural, vineyards and other growth in this area. That was part of the original. That's a part of what this sewer extension is going to facilitate. So I would just recommend that the council place this on the ballot. And I'd also like to thank council and staff for their time and the original language. Thank you.
Next speaker is Lisa Tromovich, followed by Asa Strout and Carl Wente. Lisa Tromovich, please unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you. I am also a Livermore resident and in favor of the city moving forward with the sewer extension project. I think it's been amazing to be a part of the Livermore community and how carefully and diligently we as a community work together, citizens, staff, council members, to create all of these various plans, to have a really well thought out way of living our lives together. And this is good for the wineries, and therefore it's good for all of us. So I'm in favor of it. And I'm also very much in favor of improving groundwater quality and not passing on these kinds of problems to the next generation. If we can deal with this now, we should deal with it now. So thank you.
Next speaker is Asa Strout, followed by Carl Wente. Asa Strout, please unmute yourself.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say, Andy, thanks for the presentation. It was very good, very informative and enjoyable. I just wanted to say that I support this initiative for many of the reasons that were already said, but I do want to add that for me, the real important thing about this initiative is creating, and I think Lisa touched on a little bit, is creating the resiliency that this community needs to move forward. As we've seen the last 5 years, we've had record heat, record fires in Northern California. We've had COVID-19 destroy local economies. And we have the opportunity to do something now that could then set up future generations to avoid any sort of catastrophe like groundwater contamination. We need to have our water as good as it can be. So this project would definitely enable that in the future, which is one of the things that I've been really focusing on the last year in terms of what the future of Livermore looks like, is creating a resilient Livermore. And this is just a small piece of that. So just want to say thanks for proposing this. And then just quickly add, there was a comment about how large houses use a lot of water. I agree. And I think we should start exploring more denser housing options in Livermore because they do use less water per person. And since we are so concerned with water in this conversation, that it's something that we do need to consider going forward, is just not just preserving and maintaining the water that we currently have, but reducing the amount of water that we use on an individual basis so that it is there in the long term. Thank you.
Last speaker is Carl Wente. Please unmute yourself.
Hello, City Council and staff. Thank you for what you do. Andy Ross, thank you for that presentation. Everybody, every single person that spoke tonight, thank you for the support and collaboration and community coming together in a long road that I think getting us to a better place where we're communicating, collaborating all the way through. I'm sorry, my name is Carl Wente. I live just outside of town. I'm a former board member of the Tri-Valley Conservancy. I'm the current chair of the Agricultural Advisory Committee for Alameda County. I am the vice president of the Livermore Valley Wine Growers Association and the chair of the Advocacy and Community Relations, formerly known as Government Relations. for the Growers Association. And as part of that advocacy and outreach, driving force behind getting together the agritourism leadership group, which is a great group of executive directors from Innovation, Tri-Valley, Livermore Chamber of Commerce, Tri-Valley Conservancy, Livermore Valley Wine Growers Association, and Livermore Downtown Inc. I think Mr. Jeremy Troop Massey, thank you for showing up, for speaking, for serving on that general or GPAC. And, he said, connect the dots, because agritourism is critically important. I think we got to reference our, look at those UC Davis studies, look at the LAFCO studies. The economic incentive to replant vines is not here. Jeremy said it well, 1,200 acres are going out. That incentive to replant is not existing the way that we need it to. So I think we had overwhelming support for this. So I encourage moving forward. And I very much encourage address these inconsistencies. Look at all that language, avoid those unintended consequences. You have ECAP as amended by Measure D, East County Area Plan as amended by Measure D, and then South Valley Area Plan, that language was then brought into ECAP as well. South Valley Specific Plan, it's making sure that we don't make mistakes here. Everyone agrees this is the right thing to do for the benefit of our community. Let's do it well. Let's continue to bring all the stakeholders that we need to the table to do this well. So again, to the community that's leaning in, that's leaning forward and speaking on behalf of, thank you. I salute you. It's awesome. It feels good. We're all aligned. And so just doubling down on do it well. Let's finish this well. Address those inconsistencies. Avoid those unintended consequences. Thank you all for what you do. Thank you, city staff. Again, Mr. Andy Ross, great report. And I appreciate you and what you do on the GPAC and the general plan update. Cheers.
Mayor, at this point, there are no more requests to speak.
Okay, I'll close the public comment on 6.1, bring it back to the council for deliberation. Councilmember Kick.
We're just giving direction, correct? We're not, this isn't final approval, Andy?
That is correct. We're just seeking your direction this evening.
Okay, so I agree with everything that the people have said. I would like to remind us and just kind of double back on what both Carl and Jeremy Strumasi said about this being bigger than just wineries. It's agritourism as a whole. When I first moved to Livermore, I started a photography business and was second shooting weddings. And so many small micro businesses, one woman owned shops, photographers, wedding planners, makeup artists, these micro businesses that don't necessarily get a lot of support. They depend on the thriving wine region. Without a thriving wine region, there's an entire other set of industries that would not be able to survive. So this is bigger than wine. This is an entire set of dominoes that if we let the wine region fail, we're going to be failing a much larger portion of our community. And I just want us to remember that. So I'm in support of the initiative moving forward, and I'll let my other colleagues speak now.
Vice Mayor Bonanno.
Yeah, I second everything Councilmember Kick just said. This is one piece of the puzzle. Our wine country is facing a lot of challenges. We need to make sure we address all of them, and this is a big piece of it, but not the only one. I think we had some suggestions for clarifying and looking closely at language. I think staff will take those comments and carefully consider them. And I guess finally, besides saying that I definitely support this, I want to thank Tri-Valley Conservancy for spearheading this, working with staff and all the work they do in the community. They're a big piece of what keeps our wine country vibrant and what keeps all those open spaces conserved. So I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Monroe.
What everyone else has said, I wanted to call out two pieces in particular. One is that I do believe that the language getting the language right is critically important to getting this passed. I believe that if that's not the case, we may have a problem with the representation of the initiative. So please do, as you're bringing the language forth, make sure that it is as clear and airtight as possible. Second of all, I wanted to note what Mr. Stroud said. I think that the point about we have an urban growth boundary. That urban growth boundary is important both for at the south end for the wineries, for open space, for all of that. Some of you have heard me talk about my feelings about large houses in this particular 21st century with the nature of housing in general, which we'll be tackling a little bit later this evening. So for reasons of, for environmental reasons, for housing reasons, for all of those reasons, I think that the point about looking at more density, when we make open space one place, and this was true for Measure D, I was there for it, we recognized at that point that that meant that we were going to do infill. So we're going to do infill, and that was part of the deal. And we should all support that.
Councilmember Carling.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to again acknowledge all the speakers this evening and appreciate the comments. I'd also like to congratulate or applaud Tri-Valley Conservancy for reaching out to a number of the other organizations in town and working with them to come up with a collaborative approach to this. Like my colleagues, I encourage staff to take the comments about clearing up some of the ambiguity and addressing some of the other issues that were mentioned by several of the speakers this evening. I think it would be incumbent upon us when we review this again to make sure there's plenty of clarity. We may not be able to ultimately avoid unintended consequences out into the future. I think that's why they're called unintended, because we'll do the best job we can now. And certainly, I don't think any of us are likely to, well, some of us might still be on council when this actually gets implemented, but some future councils are going to have to face some of the issues that were brought up by some of the speakers this evening. So I think to work and provide as much clarity as possible at this point would be certainly encouraged by me, and but I support this moving forward and hope we can get it done. Thank you.
Okay, I would say I'm really in favor of moving forward on this for all the reasons that people gave, and urge, like others, to incorporate the comments. I would say to the extent possible to get the maximum alignment from all the stakeholders. And I think we want to do this relatively expeditiously. I'd like to ask Mr. Ross, what's the schedule for now going back, incorporating some of these comments and bringing something to us? The EIR was mentioned, and we have to get this done in time to get it on the ballot. Could you just review the schedule we're working towards, please?
Absolutely, happy to, Mayor. Your supplemental EIR has been prepared for the alignment and the study, and it's actually public right now. We'll be seeking public comment on that in June at a planning commission hearing and bringing that before you your second meeting in July, along with final ballot language. And at that meeting, we'll be recommending certification of the environmental document and asking for your authorization to place the language on the ballot.
Okay, and that handles the Buena Vista issues that were brought up, that new EIR, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so I think we can get this done, and looking forward to that happening. And I would just urge, make sure everybody is looking at whatever revised language is very quickly, and that nobody involved here lets anything sit on their desk, whether it's internal or external. So at that point, can we get a motion, please? Councilmember Monroe,
I'll move staff recommendations.
Councilmember Carling.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Seeing
Mayor?
none? Yes. Oh, sorry.
Mr. Mayor, this is your city attorney. This item is not for action. It is for.
Oh, right,
progressive
right.
correction.
Yeah. Okay. So I think.
Never mind.
Sorry. Okay. Well, next time around, maybe. And so, okay. So we're done. I think, I guess the question I should have asked, thank you, city attorney, is, does staff have enough direction?
Yes, we do. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. So now we're going to be picking up 6.2. And we normally take a break around 9. And we're just a few minutes before. And I know we've got this item and then we have another one. And so rather than get partway through 6.2, I'm recommending we take our break a little early now, if that worked for the rest of the council. So let's come back at 9 o'clock for 6.2. Do we need another countdown to get in?
Hi, Mayor Warner. Yes, this is TV 30, and I will count you in just a moment.
Thanks.
Okay, everyone, this is TV 30, and we'll be back in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, thank you. Welcome back to the Livermore City Council meeting. We just finished our break, and we're on now to item 6.2. Could we have the staff presentation, please? This is discussion and direction regarding the draft 23 to 31 housing element.
Honorable Mayor Warner and members of the City Council, this is Mariana Marasheva, incoming City Manager. Item 6.2 on the draft housing element will be presented by Associate Planner Tricia Pinto. Ms. Pinto?
All right, good evening, Mayor and City Council. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So last time we met on the housing element was back in January at the Joint Planning Commission and City Council study session, where we presented an overview of the housing element requirements and the timeline for the update. And since then, we've been preparing the draft housing element, which was released for its first 30-day public comment period on May 4th, so a few weeks ago. The draft was reviewed by the General Plan Advisory Committee 2 weeks ago, and then the Planning Commission last week. A couple of things I wanted to note before we get started are that this housing element shows that we can meet our RHNA numbers for this cycle without having to rezone land. So this won't impact the land use alternatives we're developing as part of the larger general plan update. And additionally, the City Council is not adopting the housing element tonight. We're looking for feedback on the draft, primarily on the policies and programs that the city will implement over this next 8-year cycle. And then the draft will go through a number of iterations over the course of the year as we incorporate the feedback we receive from the public and our advisory bodies and from the state when the state reviews it. And then we'll bring it back to council for adoption in January of next year. So now I'm going to turn the presentation over to Amy Sinsheimer from Placeworks, our consultant team, and she's going to walk you through the rest of the presentation, and then staff will be available for questions at the end.
Thank you, Tricia. Good evening, everyone. Amy Sinsheimer with Placeworks. Next slide, please. Tricia started out touching on the schedule and next steps. We'll get into a little more detail on that. We'll also give you an overview of the housing element content, including the regional housing needs allocation or RHNA, and then focus on the housing element programs that are part of the housing plan. Next slide, please. As you know, the housing element is one of the elements in the city's general plan, which is going through comprehensive review and update process. The housing element is on a separate but parallel track because of state requirements for timing for the housing element. So you can see where we are in the overall general plan update schedule here. As Tricia mentioned, we are showing in this draft that the analysis is that there won't be the need to rezone to address the requirements of the housing element. And so this housing element is not relying on the land use alternatives process that is part of the overall general plan update. And we'll get into a little more detail on how the analysis is showing the RHNA will be met. Next slide, please. So I want to focus in a little more on the housing element schedule itself. We have been going through this review process since the draft was released near the beginning of the month. And once we meet with you tonight, we will take the input that we've received after the 30-day period, so on June 3rd, and make revisions to the draft, then submit that to the state for their review. And as you can see, the rest of the schedule is laid out here with the requirement to adopt the housing element by January 31st, 2023, in order to stay in compliance with state law for the housing element. Next slide, please. So a little more about the next steps. As we mentioned, the 30-day public comment period will end on the 3rd of June. Then revisions will be made to address the input received. We do want to note that there has been a lot of comments so far, in particular related to some of the data in the draft. And staff has started taking a look at some of the comments related to the development fees and cost of construction, particularly related to tables 310 and 311 in the draft. The evaluation so far is showing that the costs are significantly higher than what's shown in those tables in the draft. So there will be revisions made after the 30-day review period to address those comments. So there will be a 10-day period after that 30-day review where these revisions will be made. And then the staff expects to submit the draft to the State Housing and Community Development Department for review. And that revised draft will be released for public review as well at that point. And again, the goal is to then go through multiple rounds of review with the public and with the state to adopt again by that January 31st deadline. Next slide, please. So the housing element is one of the required elements of the general plan. One of the key components is to plan to accommodate a jurisdiction's fair share of the regional housing need. This is what's referred to as the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA. We are on that state mandated schedule, which applies to the whole Bay Area region. And the Housing and Community Development Department at the state is the reviewing body at the state level. The city's current housing element is in compliance and will remain in effect and plan for the period up through the end of January of next year. And then this draft, once adopted, will apply to January of 2023 through 2031. Next slide, please. The housing element contains quite a few different components. It looks at the existing and projected housing needs in the community. It looks at the land that is available for housing. In other words, where the zoning and the general plan land use allow for residential development. It also takes a look at potential constraints to housing, including regulations at the city level, in particular the development code, and also the market related to housing and other factors that are not necessarily within the city's control, but do affect, the challenge, how challenging it is to develop housing at this time. There's a new requirement for the housing element this time. It's referred to as the assessment of fair housing, and it implements new state law calling for all jurisdictions to affirmatively further fair housing goals in their housing element. So that's a new section that you'll see in the draft. We've also taken a look at the current programs, policies, and goals in the housing element that is in place and how implementation of those has worked so far. That evaluation leads into the formulation of the updated goals, policies, and implementation programs in this draft. In addition, the analysis mentioned above and all of the public outreach to date have informed the draft goals, policies, and programs. This is a very state law driven document. So there are many portions that are very detailed and contain a lot of information and analysis because of what the state is requiring the city to include in the housing element. And we will point out a little later in the presentation some of the things that were more locally driven where we're looking for additional input. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, there has been quite a bit of engagement so far. You can see the list here. Most of this occurred in September through December of last year in terms of the interviews, surveys, open houses, and community pop-up events. There was a housing solutions open house in Springtown. There was also FM3 citywide survey that asked housing questions. There was an additional survey focusing more on fair housing, and that targeted low-income renters, the Spanish-speaking community, and people with disabilities. And that got a pretty high response of 378 responses. Since the beginning of the year, we've been having meetings, including with the council and the planning commission in January. We actually, in November and in May, met with the general plan advisory committee, and last week with the planning commission. Next slide, please. So the actual table of contents of the document is shown here, starting with an executive summary and culminating in the housing plan, which is where those proposed programs live. You can see details of the sites that are proposed to address the regional housing need number in Appendix A, and then that review of the previous housing element implementation in Appendix B. Again, we're mostly looking for feedback on that housing plan section in terms of the council's direction for what the priorities should be for this planning period for the housing element. Next slide, please. We wanted to touch on the data sources used in the housing element. There are many, but the two main sections that utilize pre-approved tools or data sources are mentioned here, and that's the housing needs assessment and then the assessment of fair housing. The state has pre-approved a packet of data that was prepared by the Association of Bay Area Governments, or ABAG, and that's the main source for the housing needs section. So the demographics and characteristics of housing in the city. It does include a variety of sources, including the US Census and the American Community Survey, which is part of the US Census, the Housing and Urban Development Comprehensive Housing Affordability Strategy, Department of Finance, California Tax Credit Committee, and other sources. There is also this tool called the Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing Data Viewer Mapping Tool, and that was the source for most of the maps in the Fair Housing Assessment section. It also utilizes data from a lot of the sources I just mentioned, and that was also developed and approved by the state HCD. Relying on the data sources that have been vetted and approved by HCD allows them to approve the document more quickly because the data has already been vetted by them. Next slide, please. So the regional housing needs allocation is a key part of the analysis in the housing element. It is required for every jurisdiction, and the numbers that are required to be planned for are allocated to every city and county in the state. The goal under state law is to ensure that local jurisdictions are planning for enough housing to meet the needs of all economic segments of the community. And the city must provide sites that have appropriate zoning and along with housing development strategies in order to meet the RHNA. So those strategies are part of the housing plan. Just to be clear, the RHNA is not a mandate to construct homes. It is providing suitable sites and opportunities for housing development to occur by the private market. Next slide, please. So here is the regional housing needs number for the city at right. You can see it totals 4,570 units and is broken out into income categories. So the allocation is split up between those who make less money and those who make more money. And you can see the actual income ranges for Alameda County are shown here, and the percent of median income that each of those correspond to. These ranges are updated annually. Next slide, please. And this is basically a table right out of the draft with how we're proposing to address that regional housing needs number based on the analysis that went into the draft. So you can see that total RHNA number on the left. We're proposing to meet some of it with projected accessory dwelling units, and that's based on the track record of approving accessory dwelling units at the city, as well as a formula that the state allows jurisdictions to use. There are 1,606 units that have been identified on vacant sites that allow for residential development, 224 units that have been identified on non-vacant sites that are considered good candidates for residential development and already allow for that to occur. And then the Isabel Neighborhood Specific Plan has 3,323 units associated with it for a total of over 5,400 units to address the RHNA. So this is more than 115% of that required number to give the city a buffer in order to move forward and have sites as they move through the housing element planning period. Again, based on this analysis, there is not a need to redesignate or rezone sites to meet the RHNA number. And next slide, please. We want to talk now about the housing plan section. And so this is where the goals, policies, and programs live in the draft. As you can see here, there are a smaller number of goals, and then underneath all of those, there are policies, programs, and under each program, there are one or more actions to implement that program. There are timeframes associated with each action. There are also what are called quantified objectives, where a unit objective or some other objective in terms of providing something as a result of that action is identified. Not every action has a quantified objective, but all quantified objectives are tied with an action. And every year, the city is required to report on this section of the housing element to the state in their annual report. Next slide, please. This slide shows the housing goals in the draft housing plan section. There are 6 of them, and these cover the city's intent to conserve existing housing as well as promoting maintenance of that existing housing, and for the continued welfare of residents, and to promote new housing opportunities for all economic segments of the community. The city is putting forward a lot of these programs, again, to address state law, but also in response to community input and the community vision. Next slide, please. So there are 29 new programs in this updated draft, or 29 programs total. They have between them 112 actions. Most of the programs are continued from the existing housing element, but nearly all of them have updates to address the current needs in the city and changes in state law. Generally, these call for updating of plans and standards, streamlining processes, and providing a user-friendly environment for housing development, focusing development in areas that have infrastructure, transit, and amenities, looking to implement affordable housing regulations and provide resources, updating standards and retrofitting programs for health and safety, administering programs that address discriminatory housing practices and remove fair housing barriers, and to participate in regional housing efforts. Next slide, please. And then just to give a sense here for the number of programs that are required by state law, there are quite a few. And many of these are in response to the new fair housing part of state law. And next slide, please. These are the programs that are proposed locally in response to input received. And some of these do address some components of state law, but primarily these are driven by local goals and objectives. The program 5.2.1 is entirely new and is in response to the fair housing objectives locally. Next slide, please. So staff recommends that the council provide feedback on the draft housing element, again, with an emphasis on the policies and programs in the housing plan. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to help answer questions.
Okay, thank you. At this point, I'll open the public comment on 6.2. Do we have anybody who wishes to address us?
Yes, Mayor, there are 3 requests to speak. The first is from Sal Parisi, followed by John Marchand and Alan Burnham. Sal Parisi, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mayor and council members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Sal Parisi, and I am a proud resident of Livermore, as well as a field representative for the NorCal Carpenters Union, representing approximately 5,000 members who live right here in Livermore and Alameda County. I am in support of the affordable housing here in front of us. Downtown Livermore Apartments will provide housing for those who are the backbone of our community. Those that work in restaurants, educators, caregivers, hospitality workers, just to name a few examples. It will also create great jobs for construction trade workers locally. Moving this project to another site would make this project infeasible and would jeopardize $14 million in funding for the project. The city purchased this land for use as affordable housing right here in downtown Livermore. And Eden Housing has a strong track record in Livermore and the Tri-Valley and provides high quality affordable housing.
Sorry, Sal, can we do a point of order? I believe you're speaking on a different item.
I'm sorry, I thought this was
6.3, I believe, is what you're speaking on. Right now, we're taking comments on 6.2.
My apologies.
I just want to make sure your comment gets heard at the proper time.
Thank you.
Next speaker is John Marchand, followed by Alan Burnham and Greg Scott. John Marchand, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, and thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. I was glad to hear Amy Shinsheimer talk about the corrections to the housing element. If you look at page ES4, the estimated costs are low by about a factor of 100, so 2 orders of magnitude. So look carefully at those. On table 310, it shows the city's water connection fee as about $4,800, but it says for a 5/8 inch connection. I'm wondering if that also includes the 1 inch fire service, which is required. And I didn't see on there the Zone 7 connection fee, which is about $32,000 on that table. So just to make sure that all of those are included, I'm glad to see that they're going to be looking again more closely at what those fees actually are. The housing element talks about market constraints and governmental constraints. But interestingly, it doesn't mention one of the most compelling reasons for the vehement NIMBYism that we're seeing today. And that's the failure of the state of California to keep its contractual obligations and provide the most basic infrastructure for development. And I'm talking about water and power. In August of 2010, thousands of Livermore residents sat in darkness in sweltering heat because the existing infrastructure could not keep up with the demand. In 2015, Livermore led the state by achieving over 40% water conservation. And the governor is now demanding that everyone cut their water usage back by 15% of the 2020 levels. But at the same time, he's demanding that we take the water that we're saving and sell it to fulfill ABAG's RENA numbers for a 15% increase in population. All the while, the state has failed to add any new water storage for the last 30 years. When building the State Water Project, the state sold 4.2 million acre feet of water contracts, and the cities have depended upon that to build out their general plans. In reality, the state can provide about 1.7 million acre feet, less than half. Our general plan vision states, quote, "Wise resource management will ensure services and infrastructure for a high quality of life," end quote. The city of Livermore has shown it can meet the RENA requirements. It is the state's failure which is the biggest constraint to our housing element. ABAG should suspend their RENA mandates until the state can meet its contractual obligations. Thank you.
Next speaker is Alan Burnham, followed by Greg Scott and David B. Kent. Alan Burnham, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Honorable City Council and Mayor. I have sent in some detailed comments, so I will only hit a few highlights here. There's quite a bit of information on demographics, and demographics are important because they can help formulate good policies. But the current draft has several weaknesses. One, it fails to compare Livermore to the Tri-Valley and neighboring systems, which have a more direct impact on us than the Alameda County or the Bay Area as a whole. It fails to provide multi-decade past trends that might provide a clearer picture of the next decade. And it uses 2019 projection data rather than 2020 census data. Now, I heard the speaker say that, this is approved. Well, I'm not impressed with using approved data that's wrong. And I worked with two of you when we went through the issue of vaccinations using the 2019 projections, and it came out to qualitatively incorrect conclusions as to who was getting vaccinated, who wasn't. I urge you to actually use the most recent data from the US government 2020 census, rather than using an excuse of saying, well, they've approved the 2019 data, because it's just not good enough. Thank you.
Next speaker is Greg Scott, followed by David B. Kent and Kevin Lawler. Greg Scott, please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
We can hear you, Greg.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council, and Livermore City staff. I'm Greg Scott. You're not going to solve housing until you decommodify housing and despeculate housing. For example, BlackRock, private equity, owns 1/3 of all the single family housing in California. How do you compete against this? For example, what we're doing is eating our young on housing. The baby boomers now own $12.5 trillion in housing in the United States. The Gen Xers own $7.5 trillion in housing in the United States. The millennials, who are turning 46 this year, the oldest of which are turning 46, own a mere $2 trillion in housing. You have a scale that isn't even fair, and it's getting worse with the mortgage rates going up. Until you address this commodification and large scale capitalization speculation on housing, you're not addressing what we need in the housing element. Thank you.
Next speaker is David B. Kent. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening. In addition to growing grapes, my family has two businesses, hospitality businesses, one on Vasco Road and another on Tesla. And I'm glad you're digging into the housing element. I thought it was a very good presentation. I've been digging into the numbers as well, and there's just a few things that concern me. One is, just 12 years ago, the number of Livermore citizens who both lived and worked in Livermore was 50% higher than it is today. And I know that because I have a manager at each business, and they both live in Modesto, and they both would rather live in Livermore, but they can't. So it's clear why we've lost 50% of those who can both live and work here. The housing must be affordable for the workers who work here, but it's not. And for that reason, I would really encourage the council, when evaluating the housing element, to make sure that the focus is on sites that are most likely to be built. Many of the other communities in the Tri-Valley are just trying to put numbers on a piece of paper to satisfy the state. But affordable housing, the need is real. We have a housing crisis, And we need as a city to send forward a plan that will get built and that will attract the private investors to build it. In addition to that, because it's my understanding that light industrial sites, which the current plan heavily relies upon for new housing sites, those industrial sites need to be replaced to preserve and expand our local work opportunities. So again, I would encourage the council and the staff to really keep these considerations in mind when looking at the housing element plan. Thank you.
Next speaker is Asa Straw. Please unmute yourself.
Hey, thanks again. I was going to comment until I heard the comment from David Kent. As somebody who would is a millennial, I just want to, when we say affordable, I just want to kind of clarify things, because affordable is the legal definition of a certain category of housing. When an individual like David Kent or myself talks, and Greg Scott talks about making housing affordable for younger generations, we don't mean creating a legally segmented portion of the housing cut to the side for them. We mean that we're reducing, providing enough housing so that the market rate housing across the board, the average cost of a house for an entry-level home, is within the means of the average person or a family starting to settle down. Livermore housing prices are now selling for over $1 million on average, when in 2015 it was closer to $750,000, and that was just in 2015. And so when we say making housing affordable, it's bringing that market rate value down to an achievable means for entry-level homes, so that people who work here aren't being pushed out to Modesto because the Silicon Valley isn't building enough. So we understand that it is regional, but Livermore can do what they can for the local residents and the local workers as best we can. And I just want to clarify, that's what we mean by making the housing affordable. It's bringing the housing costs down so that people aren't bending over backwards just to be able to buy their first starter home. Thanks.
Mayor, at this time, there are no more requests to speak.
Okay, I'll close the public comment on 6.2 and bring it back to the council. Councilmember Kick.
My main question to staff about this is, I know that we have a contingency in here, just in case if any of our numbers are rejected. We have enough housing in here, or enough sites defined that we have built in a buffer for ourselves. And I just want to ask staff if they believe the buffer that they have built is comfortable enough, in case the way that the state counts housing is very complicated and not easy. So I just want to hear from staff if they feel that the current buffer that we've built is large enough.
Yes, we do feel like it's large enough. And our general plan process, the land use alternatives, as we get through that process, we will identify additional sites that could be used for housing. And so that will help us meet current and future RHNA numbers in this cycle and moving forward.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Monroe.
So I know that what I've been asked to give is comments specifically on the 29 and the 100, that last piece. But I think that there are some overarching issues I'm going to be talking about instead. And because I think that those 29 actions, particularly the part where they lead to building, won't happen unless we look at a couple of other things. And so one of those is, how do we bring people along for this? This is a really, really complicated area, as we're asking for information from people, and this is going to be going on. I mean, this will be submitted one way or another the beginning of January next year. But the building will take place over a much longer period of time. So how do we help people understand that this is something that isn't optional? We don't get a moratorium on this. This is something that we are mandated to do by the state. We are then mandated to do it further. The specific numbers are mandated by the region, and that actually the regional issues do matter because we are affected by what other cities do around us. And so understanding the context in which we live is important. So with that in mind, I wanted to talk a little bit about the way the data was presented, because it was not actually very helpful to me. I'm sorry. I know it was intended that way, and it's the problem is that what would help me and hopefully other people is to understand Livermore as a unit, not in comparison to Alameda County. There's a couple of different ways that matter. One is the Bay Area as a whole, and the other was Livermore by itself, and the third is Livermore in the context of the Tri-Valley, perhaps including out to the areas that we get commuters in from in the Central Valley. I don't know how easy that is to do, so take this as a suggestion. It may not be possible, the data may not be arranged that way. But in terms of providing the larger context and then the specific context, that I think that would be enormously helpful. That's one piece. I wanted to speak to what John Marchand said regarding where we get some of the infrastructure from and the funding from, and how do we talk to the state about that. There is actually an odd gap between what cities do and what the state does. And it frequently leads to what are effectively unfunded mandates. We are mandated to provide the opportunity for housing to happen. And we do that through infrastructure. We do that through our, through this housing element and then through the general plan later. But there are these gaps in how do we get there? Frequently, the state and cities are pitted against each other, but we really should be working together. There's a role for the state to help us get to housing for all. And so I know that that is not specifically what the housing element does, but I think we cannot talk about this unless we talk about how we get it done. And this is a big piece of how we get it done, is finding ways to build and to fund the housing that we want to get done. If there's a way to include that somehow in talking about this, I think that would be great. That's what I've got for right now. Again, I know that that's a little slant to what we're talking about, but I think that that's, without talking about those issues, we don't get to this plan.
Councilmember Carlin.
Yes, thank you. I think this evening is really about taking comments from us and incorporating it as you continue to move forward with preparing the document that's due to the state in January. One of the things that I noticed on the extremely lengthy housing element plan as it stands today, it's several hundreds of pages long with a shorter executive summary at the beginning. And one of the suggestions I made to some of the staff, Tricia, this afternoon was include a map of those areas that are options for development over the next few years. And I think that would help the community a lot. I mean, the demographics are in the executive summary, and I think that's okay. But I think people really want to know, the residents really want to know what is likely to be built where. And I think some of the maps that exist in the document as it stands today have such poor resolution that it's almost impossible to know where those spots might be within the community. So I think doing a better job on the maps, and particularly include a map as part of the executive summary, I think would be very helpful. I would also encourage you to look at what Mr. Burnham provided. He did a very detailed analysis, and I think he had some useful suggestions in there. I do have one question about slide on Livermore's approach to meeting RENA, and that's around ADUs. And I recognize that I think in the last year, on the order of half of our building permits were for ADUs. Is that right? Can somebody confirm that?
I'll confirm it, like almost 50%.
Yeah, I think it was 46% or something like that. It was sort of surprising. Yeah, but I mean, these ADUs are largely, if not wholly built, yeah, that's the slide, by people that own homes and they build these things in their backyard. So it puzzles me is how you think projected, and I'm in the mayor's office and the lights keep going out on me. So that's why I got dark. I don't know how to turn the lights back on, Bob. So, I have no internet service at home, so that's why I'm in the mayor's office. But it puzzles me as to how you expect a resident that's going to build an ADU in their backyard to meet very low, moderate, above moderate ADU. This really puzzles me. Can somebody help me understand that?
Yeah, Amy, can you explain that process for how we got those numbers?
I'm going to turn on my lights.
Yes, so we're projecting those numbers, and it is going to be the city's responsibility to track what actually happens during the timeframe of the plan, and that will be included in the annual reports to the state every year. So there is a program to monitor that number moving forward.
Thank you.
And in addition, it is, voluntary how much somebody rents an ADU for, but the projections are based on analysis that's been done for the region by ABAG, and also based on other research on how these units typically break out in terms of what they are rented for, and that it does include the fact that some of them are, rented in quotes to family members and friends for very little or for free. So, but the reality will be tracked as we move forward. So this is just a projection based on the data that's available currently.
Well, my humble opinion is you're putting the city in a pretty awful spot by suggesting that we try to meet these numbers that you have here. I just don't think it's going to work. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Bonanno.
Yeah, thank you. Let me just follow up on Councilmember Carling's comment. So I had the same questions about ADUs, similar to the last time we talked about this. I get it. I think that based on the permitting we're seeing for ADUs, the state's made it easier to build them. So we're seeing more of them built, and how they get used is something we don't have a lot of insight to. We don't get to ask that question. I suggested last time, maybe I'll ask the question now that we have some experts here tonight. Are there ways have cities found ways to incentivize building these ADUs? So with a commitment by the property owner that they actually get used to actually increase the housing stock, as opposed to just being a place where they use it home office, or even maybe their children live there, which is, one way of looking at increasing the housing stock. I guess, do cities ever find a way to encourage those ADUs to actually be available for other people to rent? Yes, and then I have another question, and then I'll make a couple comments. Maybe okay. Follow up on that one first.
I can try to answer that. Good evening. My name is Eric Uranga. I am your Assistant Community Development Director, and oversee the Housing and Human Services programs for the city. Housing and Human Services staff is currently working with a number of nonprofit organizations, both to create programs and financial incentives that we could offer to homeowners who build ADUs in return for these financial incentives, and help in identifying and constructing these units. They will enter into agreements to keep the units rented and affordable. We hope that would help. We're also looking towards some of our the existing shared housing units owned by various nonprofits in the city, and encourage them or help them to build ADUs as part of their existing housing, and that way, and along with that would come regulatory restrictions and maybe some financial incentives from the city to help them do that. So we hope that would be one way. It certainly won't cover all that number, but it would help towards that to encourage people to rent them out and rent them out at a low price for and consistently.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear we're working on trying to find ways to actually turn those units into new housing stock. I think, as I understand it, these RENA numbers, all of them, from the low income all the way through the market rate, these are places where housing could be. It's not a foregone conclusion that there will be housing in these categories in those numbers. It's up to either the market, where their market rate properties, to want to produce the homes there, and it's up to cities and state and county agencies to put together these affordable housing projects, which are also hard, as we know, and as we'll probably talk about in the next item. So I think that these are places, I think it's a much higher bar to actually meet these numbers. I'm not saying I don't think we should at all, quite the contrary, but I just think these are opportunities. We don't build houses, the city doesn't build houses, but we should try to find ways to enable us to meet these numbers, particularly for members of the community in the lower income categories. I do have one question, and that is, in the report, it was mentioned that we have three, I believe, at-risk projects, and these are projects that are affordable, but that are reaching the expiration of the original agreements, which are often 50 or 55 years. Do we have mechanisms that will help us ensure that these projects, which house several hundred people, I assume, based on the numbers I saw in the report, are we working on ensuring that those projects will stay affordable?
Again, hello, good evening. This is Eric Uranga again. Yes, we are. We've identified those units, and are working with owners of those units. One of them, Bluebell Apartments, which is owned by the Housing Authority, was set to expire in a few years, and we returned for working with them on their financing and subordinating some existing city loans. They agreed to extend their rent restrictions out for another 50 years. And we do keep track of those units that are close to expiring, and we work with the apartment owners to encourage them to keep it that way and offer incentives such as rehabbing of their units, with housing loans and things like that. And if it's a nonprofit, it's easier because it is their business to do that, and it's not difficult. But it's the market rate developers who are more difficult. But we are aware, and we work with them and try to preserve those units.
Okay, I think we should do everything we can, because that would displace people out of affordable housing and just dig the hole even deeper. So I think, and you were looking for comments on section 5. I think that the goals look about right to me. Quite frankly, with only a few days to have perused this carefully, it's hard for me to say that the 112 actions are just the perfect 112 actions, but the goals look good, the programs look good. That's about all I can offer on your specific ask for direction. I know awful lot of work went into this. Planning Commission, the GPAC, and our community folks who gave feedback. I think we should try to incorporate as much of it as we can, distill it into into changes into the report as into the element as seems appropriate, because I know we got a lot of feedback and I don't think much of it was incorporated into the version we're seeing. So I'd really encourage you to do that. And thank you for all the effort on this. I know it's a heavy lift. Thank you.
Councilmember Kick.
I just wanted to reiterate, I guess in public, that it was the last time we got an update that I believe we did get head nods to look into how we will be tracking this in the future, our ADU use, and how we can do a better job of ensuring. So I just wanted to clarify that we are looking into that, and that staff is still, that's still on a matters initiated list somewhere that we will get someday. So that we have thought about it, and we agreed to think about it, and clearly we're still thinking about it.
Okay, I just try and wrap this up. I think there are comments that have been voiced that could be incorporated. We're really looking for the plan to be plausible, and that's what it's attempting to do and doing pretty well. So most of the that long list of items, is helpful, and I didn't see any that I would say don't do, and couldn't think of any beyond that list that could be done that's not there. I think in general, as I said, we're trying to make this as others mentioned, a clearer exposition, supposed to make sense, but it doesn't have to be perfect. And nothing is perfect here. And what happens is we put this plan element together, we get it approved by the state, but there is monitoring, and we are required to rebalance as we go along should there be any change in the inventory that is significant. So I think we're on the right track here. That's the overall feedback. I would request that before this comes back to us again for the council, that we're in the loop a little earlier, maybe with some briefings, and have a chance to get into some of more of the details so that we're all very confident when it comes back in the final version for our approval that we're good with it. So the one other thing that I wanted to respond to is one of the comments. We're not necessarily, I don't believe, attempting to bring the overall market rate price for existing homes down. I think what we're trying to do here and what the plan is about is providing a variety of options for people that can be affordable, because we can't drive the whole Bay Area's real estate market down ourselves, because there's not enough real estate here to do that. But we are trying to be responsive and inclusive of as many people as we can. So that's just would ask staff to confirm that last comment that I made. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
Okay. So with this, I don't see any further hands up. I would ask, does staff have enough direction at this point?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So I think we'll close out this item. And we're now on to 6.3. And I know I'll just say just where we're going to go is we'll have our staff presentation. And I'll just ask staff at this point, how long do we anticipate the staff presentation to go?
Hi, Mayor. That's Fran Reisner, Housing Programs Manager. I think probably 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay. I would have given what it is, perhaps a little longer, but all right. But we'll have the staff presentation, and then we'll open it up for public comment. And I'll also point out that around 10:30, we decide if we're taking up any new items or what we're doing. So we'll get into the staff presentation on 6.3, and then we'll get right into public comment for those that are interested in commenting. And I would say at this time, you can raise your hand, and we'll get in line for getting it done.
Mr.
So
Mayor?
six, yes.
This is your
Sure,
city
this is-
clerk, Marie Weber, and I'm so sorry, but we had several people get knocked out of the meeting, including your incoming city manager and several staff members. If we could take just a short break to see if we are able to get them back on and restart the meeting.
Sure, that makes sense. How long a break would you like to take?
Let's try for 15 minutes. I believe we also lost Councilmember Carly.
Looks like we did. So not only the lights, but the power went out, huh?
Looks that way.
Okay, well, hope we didn't get my office done in. Anyway, okay, take the break and at least 5 minutes. And we'll check in 5 minutes, see where we are at. Are we, is everyone back who needs to be back at this point from City Hall?
Good evening, Mayor. It looks like everyone was able to log back in. Thank you.
Okay, so let's, let me try again here. So what we're gonna do is have the staff report and we'll get through the public comment this evening at least. So the item, I believe that's what the thing is. So 6.3 resolution authorizing execution of an amended and restated disposition development and loan agreement, DDLA, with Eden Housing Incorporated for development of the downtown multifamily housing site, and authorizing the city manager to execute the documents, agreements, and specific authorities described in the DDLA. Could we have the, I would say, could we have everybody in the public who wants to comment, please raise their hand? And given the volume I've seen so far, we're going to be limiting public comment on this to 2 minutes, so be prepared for that as well. So could we have the staff report, please?
Yes, Honorable Mayor Werner and members of the City Council. This is once again Mariana Marasheva, incoming City Manager. And item 6.3 is going to be presented by Housing Program Manager Fran Reisner. Ms. Reisner?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Marasheva. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight for Council's consideration is the approval of an amended and restated disposition, development, and loan agreement with Eden Housing for the downtown housing site. I'll start by reviewing some background. As you know, the city engaged with Eden in 2018 to develop the housing component of the City Council's adopted downtown core plan. In November 2018, the city entered into a disposition, development, and loan agreement with Eden to design, entitle, finance, and develop a 130-unit affordable workforce housing project in conjunction with a community park space, Veterans Park, that would integrate with other facilities in the downtown core plan. As you know, in February 2020, Eden was awarded $14.4 million in competitive regional Alameda County A1 housing bond funds to develop this site, which had a 2-year deadline for the project to move forward. Subsequently, Eden worked through the design review and entitlement process, and City Council approved the project in May of 2021. At that meeting, City Council also approved an amendment to Eden's DDLA, which provided a role for Eden in constructing Veterans Park and allowed for the reimbursement of bollards to be installed at the K Street emergency vehicle access area as required in the project conditions of approval. In June 2021, a group identifying themselves as Save Livermore Downtown filed a challenge to the city's CEQA determination. In July 2021, Eden submitted a successful application for highly competitive tax credit funding for the project. However, due to delays caused by the litigation, they had to later decline that award. In February 2022, the court found the CEQA challenge to be completely without merit and ruled in favor of the city. However, Save Livermore Downtown appealed the decision in April, and the case is still pending. Eden is very limited in steps it may take to move forward until the litigation is resolved. In the meantime, staff has been working on other major projects that support the implementation of the downtown apartments. Some of these accomplishments are approval of environmental remediation next steps for the sites around the housing parcel. The Regional Water Quality Control Board also agreed with the city's findings on the environmental condition of the housing parcel and approved next steps for the development of a site management plan that will determine pre- and post-construction procedures towards site closeout. The city has also begun the community input process to develop design options for Veterans Park and staff are working through steps to begin construction of the L Street garage this fall. So now proposed for council's consideration is an amended and restated disposition development and loan agreement that includes several changes which memorialize the city's support in key areas and position the project to move forward as quickly as possible once Eden is able to resume development. The proposed amended and restated DDLA tolls or extends the development timeline to accommodate the litigation process. Once the litigation concludes, the clock will essentially restart for Eden to secure tax credit financing and construct the development. The agreement also reserves the air rights above Veterans Park, the Veterans Park parcel and housing parcels to be retained by the city. This change is in response to new state legislation, AB 721, that provides a process for developers of affordable housing to remove provisions in deeds, covenants, and contracts that restrict the number and location of units. This provision was not developed to respond to a specific threat presented by Eden. Eden has invested significant financial resources and staff time of their own to entitle the 130 unit project. Unilaterally removing the unit restrictions described in the DDLA would jeopardize existing funding and opportunities for future projects in Livermore. However, staff recommends implementing this strategy to mitigate any future impact of the state legislation. Retaining the air rights would limit Eden or any future developer from adding units to the project by building above the approved project height. The proposed agreement also allows for the transfer of the undivided parcel, which includes the housing and park areas, upon meeting certain conditions. And those conditions include completion of all environmental reports and related agreements between Eden and the city, ensuring that the city could lease back the parcel to retain the public parking use while the L Street garage is under construction, and other standard due diligence items which have not changed in the agreement. The schedule of performance projects the transfer of the site to take place by the end of September. And just wanted to note that this is just a few months earlier than the deadline of December 31st, 2022, which the city was required to, was a deadline for the city to dispose of the property in order to be eligible for the exemption from new state disposition, property disposition requirements, which are more restrictive and could potentially subject the city to more restrictive rules and procedures for the property disposition. The benefits of an earlier transfer would also be access to other development funding, including securing the A1 funding and other sources that would require Eden to own the site. This could also provide an opportunity for Eden to bring in additional funding and reduce future expenses to the city. The DDLA includes a clawback provision that ensures the city would be able to repossess the site in case of a default by Eden. And finally, the amended and restated DDLA provides the city manager with the authority to execute certain agreements and contract for certain improvements that are described in the document, including an environmental indemnity agreement that would divide up the environmental responsibilities and costs between the parties, between Eden and the city, a future contract for the construction of Veterans Park, and a lease for 16 resident parking spaces in the L Street garage that were permitted under the project conditions of approval. So staff recommends the City Council adopt resolutions. First, declaring that the undivided parcel, which is parcel 1 of tract map 8574, is exempt from the Surplus Land Act as defined in Government Code section 54234A1. The second, finding the amended and restated disposition development and loan agreement with Eden Housing for development of the downtown multifamily housing site is within the scope of the specific plan EIR dated February 9th, 2004, and all subsequent amendments adopted by the City Council resolution. And third, authorizing the city manager to execute the amended and restated DDLA and granting the authority to execute the final documents and agreements specified in the DDLA, including granting of specific delegations of authority just set forth in the document. And that concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Mayor, you're muted.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. We'll get to questions for staff after the public comment when it comes back to the City Council for deliberation. As I mentioned earlier, we've got a high volume of people who wish to comment, want to limit the amount of time, as I mentioned, to 2 minutes, but don't feel obligated to use the whole 2 minutes, especially if you agree with the previous speaker. It's sufficient to say that, unless you, in the case you don't have anything that's really additive. So at this point, let's opening public comment at 11 o'clock. The City Council will have to take a vote if we need to continue with the public comment past 11. But so if the city clerk could remind me at 11 o'clock so we take that vote if we need to. So, okay, let's start with the public.
Excuse me, Mayor, just to clarify, is our speakers getting 3 minutes apiece?
No, I said 2 minutes.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, yeah, it's 2 minutes. And as I said, don't feel obligated to use the whole 2 minutes if anyone's speaking, if you don't need to. So let's get started.
The first request to speak is from Don Hockett, followed by Tracy Kronzak and Jim Hutchins. Don Hockett, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the Livermore City Council, staff, and the Livermore community. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Don Hockett, and I'm an organizer at the NorCal Carpenters Union, Local 713. I represent approximately 300 carpenters from right here in the city of Livermore and 4,000 throughout Alameda County and another 40,000 throughout Northern California. The NorCal Carpenters Union is here tonight in full support of the downtown Livermore Eden Housing Project. Not only will this project bring much needed affordable housing to Livermore, but also the developer Eden Housing has committed to the use of a signatory union general contractor, Roberts Obayashi Corporation. The proposed affordable housing development will replace an unutilized service parking lot with 130 new homes to individuals and families within the 20% to 60% of the Alameda County area median income, activating a desolate lot as a much needed housing and neighborhood serving benefits. A union general contractor means opportunity for local apprentices to advance their careers in construction. It means living wages for the individuals building this project. It means healthcare and retirement benefits. This project will provide hundreds of union construction jobs and create opportunities for women, minorities, and local hires to advance their careers as carpenters. In conclusion, the members of the NorCal Carpenters Union fully supports this development, and we ask that the Livermore City Council support this development as well. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Tracy Kronzak, followed by Jim Hutchins and Kelly Asari. Tracy Kronzak, please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. My name is Tracy Kronzak. I am a member of the General Plan Advisory Committee. I'm co-founder of Livermore Pride. I'm a proud homeowner and a proud step-parent here in Livermore. Also, as someone who has twice lived on the edge of homelessness in the past 20 years here in the Bay Area, having made decisions such as whether or not to eat or pay rent, we have the opportunity right now as a city to demonstrate compassion towards each other as well as live the guiding values of our General Plan Advisory Committee: homes, equity, vibrancy, diversity. Our city is a city of abundance, not one where we create greater isolation from each other by locking current and future generations out of opportunity. Moreover, the egregious assumptions made about what it will mean to have affordable housing in our city center are both appalling and sickening. We are better than this, and there is no greater testimony to the real character of our city than the overwhelming support by voters for the downtown plan, by downtown businesses and business owners, and the ongoing requests of everyday residents to make our city a city of inclusion. Livermore is rampant with disinformation published as fact regarding the nature and role of the Eden development, and for that, I am truly sorry. We need to look beyond these literal false claims and trumped up issues. Surely, if we're excited to build public facilities on the same land as Eden housing, then the idea that there is somehow a CEQA concern only in that exact spot is an absolute false flag. This is a vote for our future. This is a vote for being on the right side of history. And this is a vote for creating and executing the downtown plan to its fullest potential. Let's remove one more obstacle to the economic growth, the health of our city, and facilitate living up to the ideals our residents have repeatedly asked us to ensure. Please vote for this, please, as a homeowner, and thank you.
Real quick, the city clerk, I think, at least on my screen, something has gone wrong with the timer, not functioning.
I believe the city clerk keeps getting kicked out of the meeting.
Honorable Mayor, we will determine what's going on, and if we need to take a break, we'll take a break. Give us just a minute, please. Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, I believe our city clerk was able to rejoin the meeting. Ms. Weber?
Yes, I'm here. Apologies.
Thank you very much. We're having a lot of technological issues throughout the city today. Thank you for joining us.
The next speaker is Jim Hutchins, followed by Kelly Asari and Ruby V. Jim Hutchins, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm speaking in opposition to the amended DDLA with Eden Housing. The purpose of the amended DDLA is to accelerate the transfer of the property at the old Lucky site to Eden Housing's ownership, as well as the performance of the site acquisition loan. The intended consequence is to prevent a future council, democratically elected in November, from being able to pursue alternatives, including relocating the housing to north of Railroad Avenue. It has been apparent that this council is unwilling to listen to the people and investigate alternatives, but are now taking actions to deliberately prevent investigating alternatives. Once the property is transferred to Eden, then it is no longer available to the destination for a destination park that the people have called for. Having a mayor and council that do not listen to the people they represent is a violation of their oaths of office. But having representatives that take steps to actively block what those who they represent demand is unconscionable. It has become apparent that it doesn't matter how much evidence is presented that alternatives are viable, it will simply be claimed that they are not viable and ignored. Tonight, the council is scheduled to vote on an amended DDLA that both violates the will of the people, but also puts the city at a significant financial risk. The nature and location of the development of the Eden Housing project is currently under litigation, and almost half of the appealed decisions by Judge Roche have been overturned. Yet this council is putting at risk over $8 million of city funds just so they can hurry up the property, transfer, and block a potential future council from changing the development plan. The council is gambling with the public's money, not their own, and doing it to push their own ideology rather than doing the will of the electorate. I know this will fall on deaf ears since the council is the one that designed what they are now going to be voting on, but I urge the council to reject this amended DDLA. Thank you.
The next speaker is Kelly Asari, followed by Ruby V and Peg Fulta. Kelly Asari, please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Good evening, City Mayor Warner, council members and city staff. My name is Kelly Essery and I'm a 39-year resident of Livermore. I'll speak about a single thread in what is I consider to be a multi-layered, complicated tapestry called the Eden Project. And I thank our council for listening, unlike the previous speaker. The early Livermore that I knew was a Sleepy Hollow, and Sleepy Hollows do change. And our choice of downtown restaurants and businesses were few, and diversity was few. I taught at Las Positas College for a number of years as the adjunct, and I saw my classroom dynamic change as diversity, came over the hill, and I won't forget that. When I think of downtown restaurants and businesses, they were few. There was the Yin Yin and Mally's, and John's Charburger, which I still go to, and the Donut Wheel, of course. And I do recall a Birkenstock store downtown, and an antique store called Two Gals from Indiana. These images are important to me today. Do you know that I loved our city then and I love it now, but today Livermore really fulfills me in ways that it didn't before, in ways that I didn't even know I wanted. Today, Livermore is wonderfully vibrant thanks to our small downtown businesses, and I've come to know and value those businesses. They've contributed to the quality of my life and to the lives of others. But what concerns me greatly is that employers are struggling to hire and keep their essential workers around. The Eden Project would entice those staff who struggle to live here, who might want to live here, would ease their burdens by providing affordable housing and the ability to walk, not drive to work. And I'm nearing the end of my time. So please support Eden Housing Project. I want that multi-layered tapestry to carry on and be beautiful.
Next speaker is Ruby V, followed by Peg Fulta and Katie Marcel. Ruby V, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the Council. I'm Ruby Lopez Villarreal, Executive Director of Livermore Downtown, Inc. Thank you for this moment to speak. Livermore Downtown, Inc. and the Board of Directors agree that the Eden Housing Project is good for downtown. It will address the workforce housing need. In addition, downtown residents are also great contributors to the downtown economy, and we look forward to moving forward with this project. Thank you and have a good evening.
Next speaker is Peg Fulta, followed by Katie Marcel and Antonio Munoz. Peg Fulta, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, and staff. I'm Peg Fulta, a proud 34-year resident of Livermore. I would love to strongly encourage the council to move forward with the Eden Affordable Housing Project. The project has found a wonderful balance of a wide variety of citizen input, community needs, and financial and logistical constraints and opportunities. It is time to live up to our commitment and provide this much needed housing to our town. I think back over the last few years and how much this housing could have meant to so many families. Let us not continue to disappoint our citizens. Let's move forward. Thank you.
Next speaker is Antonio Munoz. Katie Marcel, followed by Antonio Munoz and Matthew Wardlew. Katie Marcel, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mayor Warner, Vice Mayor Bonanno, council members Carling, Kick, and Monroe. This is Katie Marcel, Director of Brand Marketing for Innovation Tri-Valley Leadership Group. And I thank you for the opportunity to share ITV's continuing support for Eden Housing's workforce housing development. ITV is led by business leaders and influencers committed to connecting businesses, research labs, educational institutions, and the civic leaders in the Tri-Valley region. Last year, ITV launched its Tri-Valley 2040 vision, a roadmap for the future health of our region. Over 1,000 community stakeholders participated in creating the plan, with housing opportunities for all being identified as a determining factor for the future success of the region. The Tri-Valley Innovation Sector has stated that in order for the region to grow in an inclusive way, diverse housing options must be identified and green walkable communities must be created. Eden Housing's project will serve our early career and service industry community members, and its location inside the downtown retail and entertainment district keeps the downtown community thriving. The time for this development is now, and we applaud and appreciate the Livermore City Council support of this essential development. Thank you.
Next speaker is Antonio Munoz, followed by Matthew Wardlaw and Jean King. Antonio Munoz, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Antonio Munoz. I am a field representative of the NorCal Carpenters Union Local 713, which represents Alameda County. Speaking today in support of Eden Housing's downtown Livermore project. You know, this is a project that will create much needed affordable housing. It will create job opportunities for folks living in the city of Livermore, and also create opportunities for apprentices to work on the project where they will be trained and learn the skills necessary to be the workforce of the future. You know, folks working on this project will earn the wage that's going to allow them to keep up with this high cost of living, especially with the inflation that we have going on right now. They will receive paid benefits to take care of their loved ones at home. You know, as construction workers, we travel all over the Bay Area to provide for our families. You know, as traffic conditions worsen, folks are spending more and more time stuck in traffic and less time with their families. Downtown Livermore is a great place to build a project like this because it will make it possible for our local members to be closer to their jobs, reduce on commutes, and also allow them to spend more time with their family. I ask that you move this project forward for the city of Livermore and that you approve it for the hardworking people of Livermore. Thank you.
Next speaker is Matthew Wardlaw, followed by Jean King and Tamara Royce. Matthew Wardlaw, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Matthew Wardlaw. I've been a resident of Livermore for 34 years. I was born here, I was raised here, and I'm lucky to be a homeowner here. I'm also a member of the Millwrights Local 102 Union located here in Livermore. It's part of the NorCal Carpenters Union. And I'm in support of this project. I believe this project will be good for the community. I believe this will be good for people like me who are union workers that live in Livermore. My best friend was born here and raised here and went to school with me, and he had to move, and so did my other best friend. Project like this might give them the opportunity to come back so we can have our kids be together through school and stuff like that. So I ask you to humbly to please support this project, and let's get some housing back for the people that were born and raised here. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jean King, followed by Tamara Royce and Splendorio. Jean King, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, council members. Jean King on behalf of Save Livermore Downtown. We strongly oppose the city entering into this new agreement with Eden Housing that would accelerate the transfer of the Lucky's site to Eden prior to the conclusion of our litigation against the city's approval for the project. The agreement is a horrible deal for the city and further demonstrates that the city is not listening to its residents, the vast majority of whom do not support this project being located at this site and instead support an alternative location for the project. By this agreement, the city would loan Eden $7.8 million to acquire the property. And if the city loses the litigation and wants to reacquire the property, it would have to let Eden keep all of that money as well as a $500,000 loan it previously made to Eden. The city also would be paying Eden over $5 million to build the small park this project proposes and committing itself to over $4 million to clean up the contamination at the property. The city is taking a lot of financial risk here in a project that most do not support. Save Livermore Downtown is considering all of its options and may be forced to take appropriate action to stop this wasteful and inappropriate transaction. Please reject this agreement. Thank you.
Next speaker is Tamara Royce, followed by Splendorio and Lori Souza. Tamara Royce, please unmute yourself.
Hi, yes, this is Tamara Royce. I'm speaking as an individual on this issue. And, you know, I have not been actively involved in the whole housing controversy. But when I saw that this item was coming up tonight, I felt like I needed to say something. And I'm concerned about the council moving forward right now with this, where there is litigation pending for better or worse, and where there is so much opposition in the community that continues to grow to this project. I don't see any urgency for transferring the property in September. The only reason I can really see for that to happen is because there's a council election in November, and this might moot out whatever future action another council could possibly take. I'm also concerned about the amount of money involved. And I know there's a clawback provision, but I am concerned about possible non-performance if there's a recession, if there's a huge COVID surge, if there's a water shortage and we can't make this happen anymore. And that's, you know, they're talking mandatory restrictions. So there's a real crisis looming. In any event, I would urge the council to hold off on this and go through December and see where we're at then, and not move this DDLA right now. Thank you.
Good job. Next speaker is Splendorio, followed by Lori Souza and Sal Parisi. Splendorio, please unmute yourself.
Thank you. Can you hear me now? I'm not going to repeat what Katie Marcel of ITV mentioned regarding who ITV is. We represent the employers and their employees throughout the Tri-Valley. I chair the Housing, Infrastructure, and Transportation Committee. We have supported the city in its effort to build affordable housing for our workforce, and we will continue to do so. What I do is applaud the city council and the staff for staying vigilant and continuing the effort with this frankly unnecessary need to keep the project alive. And we appreciate that Eden is willing to stick with it. It would have been, if it wasn't for the litigation, this would have been started months ago, or this project would have been started. So please approve this necessary action. And we look forward to seeing needed housing for that is affordable for our community. Thank you.
Next speaker is Lori Souza, followed by Sal Parisi and Greg Scott. Lori Souza, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mayor Warner and City Council members. Sorry that unmute didn't pop up right away. I'm Lori Souza, and I've been a resident in Livermore since 1979. I fully support this resolution to authorize the execution of an amended and restated disposition, development, and loan agreement with Eden Housing. This is vitally important to the citizens of Livermore, as there is a very high need for workforce housing near transit. This is exactly what our local employers are seeking and asking for. This project will serve our early career and service industry community members and is in a central location close to retail and entertainment. Therefore, it also serves to sustain the small businesses in our town. This downtown living will help lighten our collective carbon footprint, contributing to our climate action initiatives. This project has competed successfully for very precious and critical tax-advantaged financing credits and has $14.4 million awarded from the county, which is tied to this specific site. Eden's project goes beyond the state's housing laws minimum requirements by providing one parking space per unit where the state requires none. The Veterans Park and Children's Playground is being constructed for use by the entire community. Please authorize this resolution, as this will fulfill our long overdue obligations for affordable housing at this site. Thank you.
Next speaker is Sal Parisi, followed by Greg Scott and Margaret Ann. Sal Parisi, please unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Sal Parisi, proud resident of Livermore, as well as a field representative for the NorCal Carpenters Union. I am in support of the affordable housing here in front of us. Just want to emphasize that this is an opportunity for Livermore residents to go to work in their own community. The project will pay the area standard wages and benefits. And so in conclusion, the NorCal Carpenters Union is in full support, and I urge you to consider the positive benefits this project will bring to our community. Thank you.
Next speaker is Greg Scott, followed by Margaret Ann Fortner and Steve Goodman. Greg Scott, please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Mayor, Livermore City Council, City of Livermore staff and audience. I am Greg Scott. I am a survivor. I was acquainted with 6 of the homeless in Livermore who have died during the pandemic. Many of us need obtainable housing. The Eden Housing Project in Veterans Park area is not the answer. It is a wrong place for the housing, nor is it a solution to the housing crisis. Speaking of loans, we American taxpayers loaned Eden Housing's partner, JP Morgan Chase, $12 billion in the Toxic Asset Release Program, while millions of Americans lost their houses. Livermore has an opportunity for an inviting open space at Veterans Park and to portray the historical and traditional essences and characteristics of the Livermore community and the spirit of these kinds of open spaces in American cities. Livermore downtown does not need the logistics of another downtown core housing monstrosity. What is needed is social housing in Livermore, not affordable housing per se. Would a diversity of incomes want to live at the Eden Housing Project, or is it a file box habitations that someone downscaling from detached single family housing would not want to live in? This is not a pernicious polarity. There is a lack of adequate, unbiased analysis for another location for the Eden Housing Project. The current location of the Eden Housing Project is not a solution to the housing, nor is it a good location for those who desperately need housing, or does it do the Livermore community justice? Thank you.
Next speaker is Margaret Ann Fortner, followed by Steve Goodman and Donna Cavan. Margaret Ann Fortner, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Margaret Ann Fortner. I'm the Senior Program Manager at CityServe of the Tri-Valley. Over 90% of the resource and crisis calls received at CityServe are related to some sort of housing instability, whether it be homelessness, possible evictions, or rent being too high and unaffordable. Some of our workforce are living paycheck to paycheck and are one check away from homelessness, if not already homeless, living in their car, showering at the gym, heading to work, and then heading back to their car at the end of the day. The workforce in Livermore, serving downtown and in other parts of Livermore, are creating great experiences for the whole community. Some of these residents are working 2 and 3 jobs in order to make ends meet, paying market rate rent in Livermore, and it is not sustainable for the future. Others worry that next month the couch that they will be sleeping on will be unavailable and the rent might increase to a level that is not affordable, thus creating more homeless individuals and families. Affordable housing options like this project will give individuals and families living and working in Livermore the ability to thrive and continue to invest in the community they are a part of, while having the path forward to live, dream, and hope for the future. Thank you.
Next speaker is Steve Goodman, followed by Donna Cavan and Tony Hutter. Steve Goodman, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council. First, I'd like to apologize if I'm a bit harsh in my comments, but I'm extremely frustrated. Why am I frustrated? Because I spoke at the last city council meeting. I waited 4.5 hours when this was discussed and I thought it was settled, but no. I've lived in Livermore for over 65 years and I have never seen a situation like this. You have a group that opposes the Eden Plan. Why do they oppose it? Well, I'm not sure, but in addition to changing their name almost weekly, that's an exaggeration, but quite often, they've thrown everything at it to try and stop it. And they keep changing what they say is wrong with the plan to get people to stop. First, it was too tall. Then the houses were too small. Then the park wasn't big enough. Then there's parking and the contamination. All those have been addressed. But the best one is this group said it's going to change the character of the downtown. Well, this is the same group of people that wanted a huge regional theater downtown. And I can tell you that that would have changed the way that the downtown was viewed. It is not a perfect plan. It will not be a perfect plan, but it's a good plan and it'll benefit many people in Livermore. It's for the future. It's for others. They may have changed their name, but they haven't changed their tactics. They're stating half-truth, innuendos, downright false statements, and even a lawsuit which they lost. They claim to have a better plan. Hogwash. They don't have a better plan. They want to stall, stall, stall. They have no hard estimates, and the land they talk about isn't even for sale. It's a made-up plan. If they get people to believe what they say and delay long enough, then the housing won't be completed. Don't let these people mislead everyone. As Patrick Monahan, the senator from New York, said, everyone is entitled to their opinion, but everyone is not entitled to their own set of facts. The facts are this is a good plan benefiting many people for the future of Livermore for our residents. I cannot urge you strong enough to make this plan happen. Don't listen to a few who really don't care about Livermore. Thank you.
Next speaker is Donna Caban, followed by Tony Hutter and Tara Ham. Donna Caban, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Donna Caban, 40-year resident of Livermore. I urge the City Council to reject the proposed agreement between the city and Eden Housing. The majority of the residents who've been very vocal that a housing project is wrong for this important property in the very center of our downtown. Times are uncertain, and this agreement appears to be risking critical taxpayer dollars. It makes no sense for the city to loan Eden $7.8 million to acquire a property when litigation could stop the project. If the city loses the litigation, it will forfeit the entire $7.8 million. Why not wait a few months to see what happens with the recession, etc.? Why is the city paying Eden to build a park and agreeing to clean up the contamination? It seems as if the city is paying millions for a very risky situation. There are far more financially efficient ways for the city to provide affordable housing. Entering into this agreement could be so risky by the City Council and a further waste of taxpayers' funds we cannot afford. Please listen to the majority of residents who want affordable housing, but want the affordable housing in a different location without risks. Thank you.
Next speaker is Tony Hutter, followed by Tara Ham and Carol Silva. Tony Hutter, please unmute yourself.
Thank you. I'm an actual Livermore resident. I've been here for 7 years and I live downtown. I asked the council to reject item 6.3 for Eden Housing. From the start, Eden's proposal never met the requirements for the downtown plan. It violates the city's own rules on parking, drastically reducing the size and number of public parking spaces downtown, all to accommodate Eden's developers. This despite the fact that in 2017, the Downtown Steering Committee's survey listed parking as the #1 most important thing for Livermore residents downtown. Do not extend any new taxpayer funds and handouts, loans, or special accommodations to Eden. Please stand up for Livermore residents and oppose Eden. Thank you.
Next speaker is Tara Ham, followed by Carol Silva, followed by Jean Braun. Tara Ham, please unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Tara Ham, and I'm a 7-year resident of downtown Livermore. Today, I'm asking you to reject the proposed agreement between the City of Livermore and Eden Housing. I'm very against the Livermore City Council lending more money to the Eden Housing project for a project that will benefit so few Livermore residents and take the land out of public use. I hope that the City Council will see that this project is not for the good of most of the residents of Livermore and reconsider their involvement in it. Once this project goes up, there's no way that this land will ever be sold or used for commercial or public use again, and it will block further development and further progress of Livermore. Since I have last given public comment on this issue, I have talked to people who actually volunteered at Eden Housing projects, and the older buildings have not been kept up and maintained. To be honest, the newer ones have, but how do we know that this one will be kept up 20 years from now, 50 years from now? Please reconsider this boondoggle and use the land for the good of the entire population of Livermore. Moreover, it's often cited that Livermore residents support this plan. Most residents I have talked to thought that what was meant by affordable housing was starter or small units that people could buy and invest in their own lives. They didn't know it was a housing project. Eden is means tested and not owner-owned units. This blinded many residents to the new nomenclature that you use to hide what it is. Thank you.
Next speaker is Carol Silva, followed by Jean Braun and David B. Kent. Carol Silva, please unmute yourself.
Thank you, City Council members. I'm Carol Silva, a Livermore resident who opposes authorizing the execution of an amended and restated Disposition Development and Loan Agreement, DDLA, with Eden Housing. Why should the City Council risk city funds to quickly, and I emphasize quickly, transfer the property to Eden when there's still a lawsuit pending over the city's approval of this project? The city funds at risk are a $7.8 million loan to Eden to acquire the property. Also, $500,000 for a previous loan that was made to Eden. And the DDLA includes the city paying Eden $5.5 million to build a narrow park in between Eden's two massively large 4-story buildings. Why is the city paying for the park and cleaning up the contamination when many community members are supporting Save Livermore Downtown, the grassroots effort in litigation to relocate Eden Housing? So again, I ask, why is the City Council willing to risk a lot more than $14 million when there is a lawsuit pending which can halt the construction of Eden Housing at the former downtown Lucky site? Thank you.
Next speaker is Jean Braun, followed by David B. Kent and Alan Burnham. Jean Braun, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. I am Jean Brown, a Livermore resident and homeowner for 38 years. I support the Eden Housing Plan. Building affordable housing in Livermore is long overdue and now is a critical need. The Eden Housing Plan is shovel ready. It has a $14.4 million award from the county, which is site specific. To toss all this work and money aside for a non-specific plan with no land to build on makes no sense. We need to move on this plan before the state moves in and forces their plans upon us. Please move forward with the Eden Housing Plan. Thank you.
Next speaker is David Kent, followed by Alan Burnham and Susan Putnam. David Kent, please unmute yourself.
Thank you. I'm speaking in support of the Eden DDLA. In the general planning update process, which is currently underway, a representative sample of citizens were surveyed and their input was solicited and shared. Citizen priorities fell into three general buckets. First and foremost was the need for affordable housing. Second were equity, diversity, and homelessness issues. And third were ag, open space, and climate change. Importantly, there was no significant community interest in converting precious affordable housing sites to parks or parking. This simply reduces potential sites and wastes taxpayer money. Affordable infill projects such as Eden address all three buckets. It's affordable housing, it's housing equity, and as infill projects, they protect our urban growth boundary and the agricultural lands and open space that these boundaries are intended to protect. And I would just say, as I sit here a little bit in disbelief, all but one or two of the opponents cite litigation as the reason why this project should be further delayed. But all of them are part of the litigating group. So they actually created the only reason not to approve this. And that kind of circular logic is a real concern to our democracy and the kind of delaying tactics that have built the housing crisis. And I would hope that this council would see through that. Thank you.
Next speaker is Alan Burnham, followed by Susan Putnam and Yolanda Pinchekno. Alan Burnham, please unmute yourself.
Good evening again, City Council. I could spend many minutes listing all the things I wished for or wished were true, but simply wishing for them doesn't make them true, and many of the things that we've heard the opponents say simply are not true. I do wish that some details of the Eden project were different, but what matters now is what we can and should do at this point in the process, and that is to pass the proposal. Wishing for other alternatives, such as a larger park, is unrealistic. If this agreement is not passed, it's more likely that we will get a larger project under state law, perhaps 7 stories with less parking, than a larger park. What they're proposing is just not going to happen. That larger project is precluded by the air rights clause, which is very important. To the extent that there were feasible alternatives, I wish those opposing the housing at this location had used their considerable financial resources earlier to work with the city rather than against it to enable a better alternative instead of publishing unworkable notional concepts or simply being obstructionist. But it is too late now. So tonight, I simply wish for you to approve this agreement and move forward. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Susan Putnam, followed by Yolanda Pinchekno and Beth Trutner. Susan Putnam, please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. My name is Susan Putnam. I have been a resident of Livermore for 14 years. And as we all agree, a vibrant downtown is critical to the future of Livermore to build a long-term foundation for business, commerce, tourism, and the vitality of its Livermore residents and families. Unfortunately, the current plan for housing directly in the middle of downtown does not bring the promise of future growth. This has been expressed over and over again by the majority of Livermore residents who view a more inclusive plan and vision for our downtown with open space, gathering venues, businesses, plus low-income housing that could be relocated nearby for the benefit of these families. Livermore can have both a vibrant downtown and low-income housing. The council should not turn a blind eye to this fact, but instead turn an open heart to all of the Livermore community. I believe the City Council should reject this proposed agreement between the city and Eden Housing. It makes sense for the city to deal with the reality that there is a lawsuit pending challenging the city's approval of this project, and the $7.8 million loan to Eden could be an issue if this project is brought to a halt by the lawsuit. That is a reality and not something that should be ignored. This is millions of dollars on a high risk situation, and could be a very difficult situation for taxpayers' money. I encourage you to be far more prudent, listen to the Livermore community, and reject this agreement. Thank you.
Next speaker is Yolanda Finschenko, followed by Beth Tretner and Lanning Thompson. Yolanda Finschenko, please unmute yourself.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Mayor, City Council, and members of the city staff. I'm speaking tonight in support of the council approving the DDLA. I remember and participated in the creation of the downtown plan that Eden Housing is a part of. I remember all the compromises, and I feel like this is a plan that actually has wide support. Personally, I support it. I'm a resident since 1997. I'm someone who started out renting when I was a postdoc and eventually became a homeowner. I'm not afraid of renters and affordable housing like some of the speakers here tonight. In fact, I welcome them. I welcome them because I'm a small business owner. I own Founder Traction. It is a small marketing agency. The entry-level salary for a marketing associate fits squarely in the income range of the market that this housing is targeting. I welcome the idea that my company could be hiring someone who could live in Livermore. People I imagine living here in Livermore are people like recent graduates, like my son and his friends, who are searching for jobs, some of whom want to move back to the Tri-Valley area. This is the reason we live in Livermore. We love it. We want our children to come back. We want our service providers who got us through the pandemic to have a place to live near where they work. And I would really like to see this plan supported. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. At this point, got to get the council to vote to continue the meeting. I suggest that we vote. We got to get through the rest of the public comment, and then we'll continue the meeting after that. So I'm making that motion. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion on the motion?
I just have a question. Do we have to say a certain time, Jason, or can we just say until public comment is done?
Right now, the motion on the table is to continue with the meeting to complete this evening, to complete public comment, and then to continue the meeting till tomorrow to resume at a later date. Later time. That is adequate for this evening. And Mr. Mayor, looks like you have roughly looks like about 20 speakers.
It looks like 15 at this point.
Thank you.
But anyway,
in answer to your question, Councilmember Kick, that is an adequate benchmark.
So half hour, 2 minutes at most. Can we got a motion made and seconded. Can we any further discussion? Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Carling.
Aye.
Councilmember Kick.
Aye.
Councilmember Monroe.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Bonanno.
Aye.
Warner.
Aye. Passes unanimously. We'll continue with the public comment now, please.
Next speaker is Beth Tretner, followed by Lanning Thompson and Martin Espinosa. Beth Tretner, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mayor Warner, council members and staff. I'll try to make this quick. I really appreciate your time tonight. I've been a Livermore resident for 30 years and live and work downtown. I continue to be in full support of the adopted downtown plan, including the Eden project. I think what pleases me most about the Eden Housing project is that it's forward-looking. It's designed for a population less dependent on fossil fuels and more comfortable with public transportation. The residents will be able to walk to where they shop, play, dine, enjoy live music, and attend the theater. The proposed downtown housing will allow entry-level workers in a myriad of occupations the ability to live near where they work. Like the former speaker, I have 20-something kids that fall squarely within the eligibility requirements. All of this, I suspect, will lead to increasing community engagement as the years pass. A very good thing for Livermore, I think. I would favor the project even without pressure by the state to build affordable housing. I do not see how the delays and increased costs incurred to continue exploring other options can be justified. Why jeopardize the 14.4 million in funding? Why start from scratch on the financial planning and designing? The Eden Housing Project is beautifully integrated into the downtown plan, which preserves Blacksmith Square, provides for the Quest Science Center and Sparks Theater Lab, and allows the city to finally move forward with a much-needed boutique hotel. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration of all alternatives and your intelligent decisions throughout the planning process. Again, please adopt the amended and restated DDLA. Thank you.
Next speaker is Lanning Thompson, followed by Martina Espinosa and Moni Nup. Lanning Thompson, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council, and staff. I'll amend that to good late evening. I'm Lanning Thompson, a Livermore resident and a longtime officer of Interfaith Housing, a local organization that provides affordable senior apartments in our city. I'm one of the many people who heartily support the city staff recommendations regarding the development agreement with Eden Housing so that we can start constructing these desperately needed family apartments ASAP. By the way, the so-called majority only thinks it is a majority. I think all the plans for the Eden buildings are appropriate and acceptable for our downtown. The architectural style of the low-rise buildings reflects our post office and Veterans Hall, so they'll fit right in while providing homes for the service staff sought by so many of our downtown residents, and soon the new hotel. Wasting time discussing Save Livermore Downtown's vague and impractical alternatives to the Eden plan and the associated lawsuit will serve only to delay this vital project and increase the costs of litigation and construction. Because SLD isn't working with an experienced affordable housing developer, it doesn't know how to create plans that meet the requirements for low-income housing. They just won't work. And why didn't the SLD principals think we needed a large park on that site back when they were advocating for a 10-story, 2,000-seat regional theater there? Or a bit later, a sprawling hotel. I believe Veterans Park, as delineated in the plans, will provide plenty of open space. Why do we even need a destination park? The Shakespeare Festival's Black Fox Theater and the Quest Science Center will attract many more families than additional grass and trees.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Martina Espinosa, followed by Moni Nup and James Caselli. Martina Espinosa, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Martina Espinosa, and I'm the Senior Field Representative for Local 34 Pile Drivers here in Alameda County. We represent nearly 1,300 active members, and we are in strong support of this project, and we urge the board to go ahead and move this project forward. Thank you.
Next speaker is Moni Nup, followed by James Caselli and Carol Chargan. Moni Nup, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council members, and staff. I'm Moni Nup, a longtime resident of Livermore and a downtown Livermore small business. I'm here tonight to speak about your decision on Eden Housing. I understand that all of you would like to proceed forward with this project, but I strongly urge you, all of you, to reconsider. I speak on behalf of myself because I truly believe in my heart of heart that we will forever change the beauty, skyline, and yes, character of our downtown if Eden Housing is to be built at its current designated location. As a former Livermore police officer who patrolled the city for 17 years and someone who lived in downtown for 16 years at Station Square next to the designated Eden Housing units, I know this project at its current location will only exacerbate the parking issues we already have in downtown Livermore, and clearly the top 3 issues for most residents. While there is still time to change, I ask all you to consider of all the alternatives again and reverse your decision by rejecting this loan agreement tonight. Of course, we all know how hard such a decision is for all of you, but making the right decision for the betterment of our city in the long term will take time. As leaders, it requires us to act with courage when the decision is difficult to make. Your decision will not only protect the beauty and the character of our downtown, but will also help heal and unify our residents, of which I know all of you would like to see as well. I know all of you have heard many perspectives from many of our residents, and some may think that it's only a small group of people in opposition to Eden Housing in its current location. I can assure you that is not the case. I have the benefits of meeting and talking to a lot of people on a daily basis because my business is located in downtown Livermore. A great majority of the people and residents I have spoken with agreed with the needs for more affordable housing units, but they do not, and I repeat, they do not agree with the current location for Eden Housing. What if we were to relocate Eden Housing and add more housing units? Would not add more union jobs and solve some of the housing needs?
Thank you. I believe your time is up.
Next speaker is James Caselli, followed by Carol Chargan and Don Argula. James Caselli, please unmute yourself.
Yes. First of all, let me state that from everything I've heard so far from those that are proponents of the project, primarily mention the need for affordable housing and the good jobs that it would provide. I believe that no one questions those positive attributes. The question is the location. If there was location was somewhere else, those jobs would still be available. The housing would still be available, at least as much, perhaps more. Now, getting down to the amendment itself, my number one question is the timing. Why now? We have elections coming up in November, irregardless of the lawsuit, which is also pending. Regardless of that, we have November elections, which will determine the direction that the people want regarding the downtown because of the people who they elect, whether it's for that or against it. Now, it's my interpretation and my belief, strong belief, that any elected representative organization, be it civil, the city or county or whatever, is supposed to support all of the citizens, not just some. By waiting until the November election, they accomplish that. They allow the voters to decide, and by doing so, the city council and the staff are representing all of the citizens. I support not voting going forward with this agreement at this time. Thank you.
Next speaker is Carol Chargan, followed by Don Argula and Lisa Tromovich. Carol Chargan, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mayor Warner and City Council. I am hoping that you will not vote to execute the final documents for the Eden Housing Plan. I continue to have concerns regarding the development plan. As to my eye, the plan does not the plan now put forth is not the same plan we voted for. The big buildings are bigger, the higher population density. There's inadequate parking, and there really is no public park. Putting a play area between two very large apartments does not count. And with the lawsuit, a pending lawsuit, we could potentially lose over $8 million of the citizens' money. Where are the bids for cleaning up the contamination? Where is the bid for building the park? Is Eden a professional in that area too? And I'm really concerned that other options for increasing the number of low-income housing areas have not been studied. The Stockman's trade-off of land behind the city municipal buildings. We could be putting more in low-income housing there. We need to take more time to put in adequate low-income housing, and this is not the plan for it. It will forever change downtown Livermore and not have an attractive area for all of the people of Livermore. Thank you.
Next speaker is Don Argula, followed by Lisa Tromovich and Jeremy Troutmasi. Don Argula, please unmute yourself.
I'm going to bed.
Good evening, Mayor Warner, City Council members and staff. This is Don Argula, the CEO of the Livermore Valley Chamber of Commerce. And tonight I'm reaffirming the Chamber's support for your affirmative actions to implement the affordable housing element of this phase of the downtown plan with Eden Housing. I would remind you, as I do often, and everyone who's still listening, that the city purchased that 8 acres parcel using $14.5 million of affordable housing trust fund dollars that is collected from the developer community for that sole purpose. And here we are 20 years later, and we still have not one unit of housing to show for that. After an extensive public outreach and comprehensive process, you have arrived at the plan that we have before us today that includes the Eden Housing, affordable housing, 130 units, and also some additional amenities that the community desired. Nowhere in that process was a central park part of it. If it was, then the city would have had to secure funding from another source to build the central park. It is obligated to deliver the affordable housing, and now we're down to 130 units. The chamber office is located in the downtown district since the 1970s. We've watched the unfolding of the revitalization of the downtown, and it has been exciting and it's been good for the economy. And we welcome the addition of the affordable housing downtown, which is needed for our businesses and for their workers that are here now that want to stay, and workers that aren't here yet and want to move here. So please stay the course and take the positive actions to keep this project moving. Thank you.
Next speaker is Lisa Tromovich, followed by Jeremy Trutmasi and Kevin McCallum. Lisa Tromovich, please unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you. I'm also a resident of Livermore, and I would just like to say ditto to everything Don Argula just said. Thank you, Don. And also Beth Trutner's comments specifically about this project being forward thinking. We need to move forward. We can't be living in the past, or worse, a made up past. And I'd also like to support Lanning Thompson's comments about the beauty and appropriateness of the plans. I think they're wonderful. They're gorgeous. And I think they're going to be a great addition to downtown. There's been a lot of comments from the opposition about the majority of citizens want this. Why not wait for an election? We had an election, and we voted city council members who were very forthright in their support of the planning for downtown. And the plans were, we got postcards with pictures of them in the mail. We had pop-ups everywhere. We all had an opportunity to share our opinions. And it was a very open and forthright process. And the majority of citizens have indeed made their vote. And we voted you all in to move this plan forward. So I support moving of it forward. And thank you all for your hard work.
Next speaker is Jeremy Trutmasi, followed by Kevin McCallum and Helen Machuga. Jeremy Trutmasi, please unmute yourself.
Hey, just a passionate resident for this one. I'm grateful for you taking my comment and agree wholeheartedly with the commentary in relation to moving forward with the Eden Housing DDLA. Truly frustrating conversation. I just wonder when we simply address the humanity in providing our residents with roofs over their heads that they can afford. Citizens passionate about protecting open space, I would urge you to shift your focus south of Livermore, as there is much work to be done to protect what is truly our regional history. It's hard for me to have any argument more imperative than the flat out need for workforce housing and housing that can really be built. This can be done. The plat adds value to our city residents, the conversation that everyone's been having. So I don't need to reiterate that. Lastly, I mentioned that I sit on the GPAC committee. The fulfillment of this downtown plan, including the Eden Housing, will provide critical information to plans built similarly throughout the city. The Eden Housing plan designed within it provides experience in building developments like this, and just forward looking for our next RENA cycle and things in the future. There is a parcel of land off Vasco and Research that can be built similarly to this, that provides affordable workforce housing, significant functional open space, access to diverse businesses, walkable and bountiful parking, and more. So let's get this done, city. You know what needs to be done. I appreciate you staying up late for this one. This is a passionate conversation. Thank you.
Next speaker is Kevin McCallum, followed by Helen Machuga and John Marchand. Kevin McCallum, please unmute yourself.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council and staff. My name is Kevin McCallum. I'm a resident and realtor, and I support the Eden DDL LA. As a realtor, one of our biggest struggles is finding affordable housing. Recently, I attended the legislative day in Sacramento, where Gavin Newsom addressed over 2,000 realtors, and he emphasized this is a crisis and has been going on for a long time. We need to solve it. And unfortunately, it falls in the laps of the city. But he said one of the biggest problems we have is NIMBYism, is that most people just don't want to do development in their back door. They just don't want it. So unfortunately, we have a shortage of affordable housing. Many people are forced to look outside our community to find housing. And that's why I support the Eden project. I think it's a good plan. I think it will have the ability to create an energized workforce. I think it will also help our local businesses and also the reliance on automobiles. I think we'll see less automobiles downtown. I guess the big thing I'd like to stress here, time is urgent. We've been kicking this can down the road for a long time. I think it's now time to move on with it and get affordable housing in our community. So I do support the Eden project and the creation of affordable housing in Livermore. Thank you.
Next speaker is Helen Machuga, followed by John Marchand and Asa Strout. Helen Machuga, please unmute yourself.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. It's late. I just want to, my name is Helen Machuga. We've lived here for 41 years. I want to agree with everyone who has spoken about supporting the downtown, pardon me, the downtown plan. And I do, especially Lisa, it seems like we've been voting in council members who support the downtown plan for many years. This is not a new thing. We have been voting on this for a long time. Anyway, I fully support moving forward with this project. Thank you.
Next speaker is John Marchand, followed by Asa Strout and Marianne Brent. John Marchand, please unmute yourself.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, members of the council. This important project is about the approved downtown plan, which was created with public input, and it is not about a drawing that was made in private. The drawing is not a plan, but there is a plan behind the drawing. The opposition has created a false narrative, and they tell us that the 4-story, 130-unit Eden development is too massive for the downtown and will result in gridlock traffic. Yet their idea is to build 230 units in 1 3-story and 2 4-story buildings with 3 times the number of cars across the street 100 feet away. Their idea doesn't recognize that the land that they covet is not for sale. So their idea is to use the city's power of eminent domain to take the land away from its rightful owners and evict the Tri-Valley Haven Thrift Shop and evict the Nonprofit Alliance. These are the same organizations that provide services to those in our community who are the most vulnerable. Furthermore, their drawing eliminates the downtown hotel's valet parking, and in doing so, seeks to eliminate the hotel. It is time to end this nonsense. Please adopt the resolution authorizing the amended DDA. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Asa Strout, followed by Marianne Brent. Asa Strout, please unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you, Asa Strout. Thanks everybody for staying till 11:20 tonight. A lot of good comments, some really great comments in support, so I won't touch base on too many of them. But I will say that Kevin just recently stole my line about NIMBYism. One of the things that is killing our state is NIMBYism. I mentioned it in, during the housing element, that we have a housing crisis across the entire Bay Area, but it is Livermore's responsibility to provide for Livermore residents and Livermore people who work in Livermore. You can talk to almost anybody my age and younger, and they're not moving back to Livermore after graduating college. They're not looking at Livermore to settle down. It's too expensive. You look at the presentation that we just saw that discussed our income brackets. People who make less than $75,000 qualify for low income. That is absurd. You know, growing up, that's more than what my mother made growing up, kind of thing. And you know, the cost of housing is only outgrowing the cost of the salaries. So sorry. So we need to get through this. We need to approve this. And to those who continually say this is happening too fast, this is too soon, we voted on this twice already. So Lisa said one election, we've done 2 elections on this. We've had this conversation. You know, they say this is an election year. We've elected the current council to do their job. If that is the expectation that nothing gets done in an election year, every other year the city shuts down, then they wouldn't be doing anything because it's an election year. That is unresponsible to the citizens of Livermore, and that kind of nonsense can be reserved for Washington, but in Livermore, we've elected our leaders to do their job and to be good guardians of our local government, and to not get into that petty nonsense.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Marianne Brent. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening, council members and staff, and thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. Regarding this item 6.3 for the premature transfer of property to Eden Housing, Ralph Moyer and I consider this to be a reckless, disappointing decision. It's reckless because you will risk more than $7 million in taxpayer money, that is city funds, before the lawsuit challenge against the project has even been decided. Dense urban housing, such as the Eden Housing Project, is incompatible when placed next to Stockman's Park, the Science and Society Center, and the Black Box Theater. Dense housing does not honor our heritage. What is compatible, what honors our heritage and our commitment to open space is a public park. Mayor Werner, I believe you were elected on the expectation that you would explore a different location for the Eden Housing Project, but you have never followed through. I do not support the staff recommendation, and I urge you to abandon this item 6.3. Thank you.
Mayor, at this time, there are no more requests to speak.
Okay, thank you. What we're going to do at this point is continue the meeting, the balance of our agenda, to an adjourned regular meeting on May 24th at 3 p.m. And we will reconvene at that time. A new Zoom link will be provided on the website and sent out by the city clerk's office. So thank you. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good night.